start. Before that,
기능보다 소재의 원본을 드러내는 방향으로 겉면의 결착 염색 방식은 사후 경련을 보다 돋보일 수 있게. 예, 피드백에 따라 결점을 보완하겠습니다, 도슨트님.
I like the animation a lot. Writers and runners of the medium over functionality applied the bonding pigment in a way that accentuates the cadaveric spasms. Understood, Dosen. Questions highlighted in your feedback will all be addressed. The ring Fauvis student. Okay, so it's a student.
발톱 장식의 요격 없음. 먹이를 핥혀 소나기에 담으려는 격정 느껴짐. 새 소재를
First, thread suture through the eye of the needle. 27 suturing sinew is a synthetic Z-twist fiber assembled by using the ingredients coracobrachialis muscle and calcaneal tendon. It is to be threaded through the number 2 Botkin needle. Then, suture and close the facial incision located on the interior. The feedback received at the critique session was that the animal in focus is to be made more obvious. Therefore, parts taken from other animals have been removed wholesale, and additional primary material has been procured to compensate for the missing components. Now, place a thick patch of reasonably pre-trimmed material over the facial incision and suture it shut. Using only the primary ingredient will fall short of the intensity goal established when my original blueprint was conceived, which was designed with access to a wider variety of ingredients in mind. Still, this technique will allow me to achieve a similar effect. The current objective remains the same. Receive an evaluation higher than a B- and attain a measurable improvement beyond the status quo. Because it is customary for individuals who have chosen to join this collective to engage themselves with a consistent output schedule and steady improvement in evaluations, further adjustments to this objective are necessary. The docent has advised that I could perhaps use the desire to coil the ring twice, thrice around my ring finger as fuel to obsess myself with completing the work. However, I have no desires of the kind. Other points of feedback from the docent were likewise executed without issue. I have watched 62 videos of dog fighting pits, paid 7 visits to the Fauvis Animal Conservatory, watched 71 documentaries on predatory animals, and spent 284 hours living alongside the primary material candidate. However, none of these advised activities has led to observable improvements in the evaluation of my work. The purpose of this assignment is to feel what it is to be a fauve, wild and beastly, to be impulsive in a way that only animals can. However, as the instruction manual did not include any references to how the aforementioned feel would be applied to artwork, I have been unable to identify a measurable means by which it may be translated to a physical medium. I have punctured the transfusion bag. Blood prepared for curatorial staging is looking at. Revisiting these memories must have made me somewhat emotional. The touch of my fingertips has become too rough. In such a case, temporarily seal the perforation with a large gauze sheet. According to instructions, materials with this level of thinness require number 21 ultrafine needles and 6 times laminated nerve fiber thread to handle. This fiber is too brittle. Experience dictates that employing the number 18 bow needle with my myofiber thread would be most effective for this task. I will continue to attempt the current method nonetheless, as I must work in accordance with the instruction manual. This work will require a longer time investment than initially calculated. Enough blood has now leaked to drench the material's auburn fur, while this has the potential to partially constitute an expression of Le Favre. The instruction manual did not state the products of happenstance can be used for this assignment. As such, the blood will be removed. Perhaps the veracity of these instructions is to be doubted and reviewed. The concept of Le Favre, conceived as a product of my experiences, does not seem to agree with what is conveyed by the instruction manual. Because what is more foul is than the crimson that so insidiously encroaches upon the brownish pelt like that of a wild hound that has just torn open its prey's jugular. Yet, how much faith can one put in what their gaze has beheld? There is no more empirical method by which this perception can be impartially confirmed. Then, judgment will be reserved. My ability to patch the perforation on the transfusion bag before the complete loss of blood is limited by my insufficient skill, which means that more of the ingredient must be gathered. This artwork's aesthetic qualities have not met the standards, but its functional merits have been field tested and proven. Its claws extend near instantaneously from this retracted position when the starter cord is pulled. It is highly functional. Each claw on this work has a sharp edge, making it a more suitable tool for harvesting ingredients. The artwork's inner lining is a subcutaneous fatty layer that has been rearranged for comfortable fit when equipped over an arm, and beneath the enveloping fur is an enclosure made from mesentery to minimize damage to its interior. My submissions have consistently scored a series of B-, which can evince that there is a degree of objectivity to my aforementioned assessment. However, I have been unable to address the feedback that my work lacks punch, which is an evaluation that has little to do with the artwork's functionalities. Just what am I supposed to... Injection needles inside the helmet has been activated, or injection needles inside the helmet has been activated. The pain enters my bloodstream, reinforcing the connection between me and my artwork. And myofibers, the material used to carefully construct the artwork's interior, firmly wrapped around my hand, allowing me to wield this tool as if it were part of me. The injections ensure an easier time collecting my ingredient, even as dozens of assailants present in the harvesting grounds pursue me. However, the disadvantage of such a method is that it instills excitability in the user. Emotional excitement begets impulsivity, which makes the prospects of clawing things into unrecognizable rate pace a rather irresistible proposition. If only I could paint them over with my brush. Wouldn't that too make for a fine piece of art? What a shame. If only the instruction manual specified that such a moment of passion could be redirected toward my work, it would have enabled the composition of better art. And much about the ring. More interested about the Limbus company dynamic, the events of Canto 9. Does anybody else know about Sinclair's thing? What happened to Gregor? Is there anything? What would be the future relationship with Limbus company and Kira? Maybe there might be a connection between Ryoshu and Kira. It might be interesting. Yeah, even back during, we didn't get much information during the Walpurgis Knot, but yeah, see what happens. Well, since we're going back, I doubt there would be any reason for them to like send back up like the LCA or the color or the distortion detectives or the color fixes, but who knows. And of course, we don't know. I wonder if we'll see the LCE again, if Hohenheim and all. I mean, we might even get to see freaking the distortion detectives, including Engdu, and maybe we might even get a glimpse of Double-Headed King, because apparently he's already recovered at this point. That would be interesting. Anyways, it's gonna be a lot of talking, so be ready, I guess. A funeral was held for Martin and the LCE researchers today. Okay. It's nice to know that we still do funerals. I thought I'd seen more than my fair share of deaths throughout my journey with the sinners. But never before had I witnessed this many people gather in one place to mourn the deceased together. The unfamiliarity made me feel a bit out of place. Am I doing this right? Most of the sinners seem to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their element as well. Some of them were asking Meursalt, apparently the most knowledgeable of them all when it came to funeral process and etiquette, all manner of questions for pointers. Expressing respect is the primary purpose, and placement and gesture are unimportant if that objective can be accomplished. True. Hey, where do I put this? Beneath the third pillar to the right. Can't any of you quit chattering for 1 second? Have you all forgotten the instruction to carry yourselves with solemn propriety that befits the occasion? Cut me some slack. I haven't been to funerals all that much. I mean, I did tell you to read the manual. I even underlined all the important parts for you. Sorry, Ishin. The wall of text was just too much for me. My focus started fizzling out from page 30 onwards. I don't think I could maintain focus for that long, neither. 30 is quite the amount. And every sinner had here attended a funeral before, back when we set foot in that grim manor in Teacorp. Ah, thou speakest of the funeral held in young Heathcliff's manor, dost thou not? The one bereft of the dead, but they don't know who died, don't they? To them, it's just a random. Bereft of the dead? I mean, someone had to have died, because there wouldn't have been a property dispute big enough to involve the Yuffie Association's notarization or otherwise. I've said this time and again, but it was just an intentional anonymity to prevent family strife. Shouldn't they know that the Yuffie wasn't actually there? They were just the ring? Intentional anonymity, is it? If the situation was indeed as thou sayest, then there was no helping it, forsooth. Yet, it's a pity that the dead wasn't named at their own funeral. The name of the deceased was. It's not that there's any drawbacks from saying her name again, it's just that it won't ring any bells for any of the sinners. It was Catherine's funeral. It's very dear to Heathcliff. Thoroughly reviewed the past 5 years' worth of local newspapers pertaining to the matter, yet no such name relevant to the case was identified, Manager. Oh, he does his, own independent research. We have time for that? It's fine, Clockhead. At least you remember. That's good enough, innit? It had to be the Golden Bow's influence. Somewhere along the way, everyone's memories of the event at Wuthering Heights had become warped. The sinner seemed to think that the Golden Bow had always been there in that manner, that Nellie was coaxed into stealing it by her mum. Linton, in their minds, was now a grieving brother who had been conducting a research for his dead sister's sake. Golden Bow was always there, okay. Nellie was coaxed stealing it by her mum. That's also true. I mean, yeah, okay. It's not the primary intention, but it's there. Linton was the grieving brother who was conducting research for his dead sisters. I thought Hindley was the brother. I don't remember. But so he conducted research. So was the ring around in their minds? They still had to remember fighting alternate Heathcliff, right? Nobody questioned it. Not Don Quixote, not Faust. Every single sinner believed the twisted version of the memory as if it was a proven fact. Heathcliff and I gave up trying to correct them. Instead, we just check in on each other's memories every now and then. Because if there's something that he and I realized, it was that anything tied to Catherine had already been painted over. Every detail gilded and glossed over in the glow of the bow. The point is, how should I put this? The circumstances of that funeral didn't exactly leave us much room to properly express our condolences back then. Between Heathcliff running on a rampage and the Hindley guy bent on interfering with the execution of the will, I assumed that sort of impediment was pretty common stuff for funerals, but apparently not, huh? No, well, I think it's actually rare to see a place that follows proper funeral procedures. I've travelled around quite a bit myself, but I can't confidently say that I've ever been to a legitimate funeral. The one at Wuthering Heights was one of the more proper funerals, if only for pretending to have a process. They at least prepared a coffin and even had a formal reading of the will. It seems funerals are far from being an everyday custom in the city. Funerals are considered a rather extravagant practice here as well. Corporations are not eager to grant time-offs just because an irrelevant someone has died, and the price of real estate seldom makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial houses on it. Then, what other options do people usually have? We used to just leave them where they died, and after one night's sleep, the bodies were gone, just like that. Better than paying loads of money to bury them somewhere just to have that stir up a load of daft rumors, eh? Rumors? You know, rumors about there being valuables buried up with the bodies, or an arm being some fancy prosthesis, all that rot. Better to let the dead go in peace than to bury them in a grave just for some swords to later desecrate it. In Hongyuan, people tend to set up graves if they have enough room to spare. Of course, there wasn't a guarantee they wouldn't lose the burial room by the next restructuring day. Hohenheim scoffed and hung his head. Odious foolishness. All of it. Comforting the soul of the departed, another mendacity. All those funds so carelessly squandered, all of the purpose of furnishing the living with a fragile excuse to cling on. Are those words from his heart? Just something to convince himself. Whichever was the truth, I couldn't see the look on his face when his head tucked so low. The funeral didn't last long. It was just a brief moment of silence, followed by a few quick goodbyes that were shorter still. The ceremony came to a close once Alyssa, who was still in recovery, came to pay her final respects. The flames devoured the coffins of Martin and the other researchers, announcing the end of their existence with the cackle of firewood. So, I suppose you'll be leaving now. Oh. We're staying until Gregor is stable enough to travel. Dante says we'll remain here until Gregor's condition settles. Gregor came to his senses again a few days after his unforeseen metamorphosis in the battle against the Tom Nerf's father. He was given a checkup, and Hohenheim said there is no cause for concern. Physically, that is. And the psychological assessment turned out disastrous, to say the least. Gregor was declared unfit for combat deployment for the time being. Oh shit. Oh. Okay. I'm just imagining him like in a white room because he might harm himself or something. Not that it matters, I guess, because Dante. So you won't be leaving just yet. Good to know. Then I assume you'll be okay with us borrowing Sinclair for a while. Me? Yes, you. The LCE wants to look into the sign you manifested, Sinclair. The higher-ups didn't waste a second green-lighting the project. Which means what I'm telling you is more notice of investigation than request for permission. Huh? What investigation? What are you? It's just a rather rudimentary instance of human experimentation. Calm yourself. Human experimentation? Did you really have to put it like that, boss? Not to worry, Sinclair. A swipe or two on your skin and maybe some talk therapy. That's all there is to it. Does Sinclair remember that he got manifested? Of course, if we had your consent, the avenues of research would be baffling. No, I'm not giving you my consent. For your reference, the other departments have also submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research and observational purposes. Oh, you have no idea. We had to get boss to fend off the LCA's Mirror World Observatorium department and their hissy fits. They wanted to be the first ones to get their hands on you and spearhead the research, you see. Haha. Mirror World Observatorium department. I just imagine this as a room filled with mirrors. And had we allowed them, they'd have kept you for a good few months before letting you go. So the least you could do to thank us is be a good boy and cooperate. Just in time. Our researchers are here. Alyssa waved at the researchers who were filing out of the funeral hall after paying their respects. Though it wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. But wait, I'm perfectly capable of walking there on my own, so just don't run any painful tests on me. Of course. Stay strong, Sinclair. All I could do was to offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, who sounded ready to collapse into full-blown panic any minute. What about you? You're not going with them? Oh, it's back to the long-term recovery ward for me. I always thought scientific research was the one thing that flamed my passion. With the recent events having introduced me to the merits of paid sick leave, I realized that time off beats research projects in my book. Marginally. Enjoy it while it lasts. I highly suspect that every request for PTO submitted by your department will be rejected for the rest of the year. Well, it's true your average corporation doesn't give more than a week off a year. Woo. As soon as Alyssa trudged off her dragging steps, the researcher seized Sinclair and carried him away. Alright, we should get going too. Oh, do you all have somewhere else to be? Well, I thought I'd go visit Gregor. Worried about him. Got something I said I help with. Gotta be there for it. I'm going with Sinclair to get some rest. All to keep an eye on the researchers and stop them if they try anything fishy with their experiments. Oh, she's worried about him, that's nice. Yeah, he's definitely aware about the rest of the sinners, about what happened. Let me know later if you need anything, Dante. The sinners fanned out in different directions. They seem to have their own errands to run during our stay at the LCE. This is like the first time where they specifically stated that we are diverging paths. Everyone's busy with their own thing. The only one keeping me company now were Ryoshu, who'd been filling the air around thick with cigarette smoke, and Don Quixote, who was sniffing and asking around at every corner for Vespa in a valiant quest for the new color fixer's whereabouts. Ross was still here, too, staring blankly into the air. Is she assessing the Gesellschaft? Maybe the epilogue of Canto 9 is happening at the exact moment. You seem to have some time to spare, manager. As I stood there, wondering what I should do next to pass the time, Hohenheim, who had apparently finished tackling and signing the stack of papers, walked over to me. This makes things rather convenient. There is something I had intended to discuss with you, and Sinner Ryoshu, a matter that requires your assistance. What kind of assistance? What kind of assistance? Says Clockhead. Wait a minute, did Ryoshu just step in as my interpreter? It's not that I don't appreciate her gesture, especially since she'd usually snap at me and tell me to find someone else to interpret whenever the issue came up. But I can't help but doubt whether her choice method of interpretation actually accomplishes anything. There is, I must admit, a certain novelty in witnessing the reconstitution of that which requires interpretation into yet another linguistic form equally demanding of it. It's just ciphers, isn't it? It would seem we are in need of more manpower. Scratching his head, Hohenheim looked around for a moment before coming to a sudden pause as though an idea had crossed his mind. At the end of his gaze was a certain someone who was busy badgering LCCA employees with her relentless questioning. Who else, pray, might know where he is if thou knowest not? Now listen closely. The one I seek is a bearer of hair fashioned in the likeness of a bowl. You there, why don't you join us too? Dost thou speak of me? The LCCA personnel who were cornered by Don Quixote and her rather forceful interrogation regarding Vespa's whereabouts took the opportunity and fled the scene without so much as a backward glance the moment their captor turned her head towards Hohenheim. Indeed, there is a task that requires your assistance, but I have yet more words to trade with the most noble Yellow Harpoon. You seek to emulate the virtue of chivalry. Does that entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? For the sake of clarity and distinction, it would be prudent to assign you a different identifier from that of my assistant. You are to be number 2, that is, assistant number 2. Oh, he needs an assistant, and it's Don Quixote. I have not yet concluded mine exchange with the Yellow Harpoon, but no true knight would abandon those who call for aid. Pray, speak thy quest. How may I be of service to thee? Delegating the interpretation of the manager's speech to Sinner 4 has proven to be counterproductive. As such, your task will be to report to me on what the manager says. Oh, that is indeed a simple task. However, this WKOA eludeth mine understanding as well. Pray, allow me but a little time to uncover its mystery. Relay the manager's words, not scenario shoes. we put an interpreter for another interpreter to interpret Dante's. They are asking you what kind of assistance you need. The request for interpretation was not directed to you, but I cannot deny that your meddling in the present circumstance is a welcome one. It was simply that the irrationality and inefficiency of your suboptimal staffing choice and workflow have become sufficiently unbearable. I was hopes this was not some guileful scheme devised to elicit false cooperation. I wonder if she has a certain, shall we say, grudge with that word. In any case, manager, this request of mine concerns an investigation into the back doors located in the House of Spiders. I deem that the two of you should be the ones most familiar with the structure and layout of the house. After all, you were the one monitoring the entirety of the 5-pronged assault operation, and Sinner 4's familiarity does not bear repeating. Do we go to the House of Spiders right away? House of Spiders right away. Ostra, you have assisted enough. Perhaps you could help us. Sure. Although not word for word, Faust relayed my intention to Hohenheim, who responded by shaking his head. But immediately, no, there is one more member you should bring along. One more member? My prediction is Meursalt, because his Canto is coming up. Seeing me tilting my head, Hohenheim pushed up his glasses. The apprentice who was captured alive in the House of Spiders. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Kira. She has regained consciousness. I wonder if she will be fighting with us. That would be interesting. Hey, let me drink some water. Alright, moving along now. Oshinante. Survivor. I wonder how Kira's feeling right now. Please, Hohenheim let us to look. The place Hohenheim led us to looked less like a recovery ward and more like an interrogation chamber. Though every single medical equipment installed around seemed to be state-of-the-art, this place looks well equipped. Probably a direct order from upper management. Although technologies to restore lost body parts are common enough in the city, a facility of this kind is required to preserve the original form of her lower body in the reconstruction process while keeping the costs reasonable. Reasonable, huh? Do I want to ask how expensive the other options are if this counts as reasonable? A windowless room thick with the sharp scent of medicine and chemicals. Kira was sitting on the bed at the center of the room, kicking her feet as she regarded us. Holy shit, I just realized we've never seen her with her hood down and the jacket open. Oh, we've actually never seen her tattoos before, right? Okay, so she's wearing like a yoga fit inside. Neat. For someone recovering from bisection, she didn't look much different from how she'd appeared when I'd seen her through the Sinner's shared vision. She was captured alive for the extraction of information, yes. How far along is the progress of the extraction? It hasn't yet begun, actually. We are waiting until the lines of information that warrant questioning can be isolated. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged in analyzing the documents and items discovered in the House of Spiders. Then what you even doing here? There is work to be done contingent upon information obtainable only from the recent inhabitant of the House of Spiders. And following a discussion with the upper management, we have decided to put you to use as the company had originally intended. No TV, no comic books, just a super prickly glare and a cold shoulder whenever I ask for something to pass the time. And now you suddenly need my help, huh? Give me one reason I should cooperate. Hohenheim didn't so much as touch an eyebrow at Kira's biting tone. He merely gave her a nod with a steely, imperturbable expression. I didn't ask for your help. Put you to use, I believe, is what I said. What? Your survival is not incidental. It is the result of a calculation. The company anticipates a potential profit by keeping you alive. Expected gain, as the term goes. Without such a forecast on the company's part, you would have already been disposed of. The upper management consists of people who would be disinclined to tolerate the daily maintenance and depreciation costs of this room, even at half their current numbers. Which brings us to our next point. Should you insist on maintaining this uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to reassess your worth, or shall we say, lack thereof, in its projected income statement. Well, suffice to say that such a reassessment would skew heavily against your favor. The outcome will be a recommendation for immediate disposal. Hohenheim always had a way with words that could prickle and sting, but with Kira it was almost as if he'd traded the usual thorn for a sharper knife, intent on twisting it right where it hurt. I'm dead meat as soon as my usefulness runs out anyway. It's not like you're gonna let me live, not after I killed a bazillion of your guys. So you anticipated some form of corporate level retaliatory response against your person. That is indeed a curious line of reasoning. Then I must tell you that, unlike your typical backstreet syndicate, such as the middle, corporate entities of the city tend to avoid choices that may incur losses. The value of the information that could be extracted from an apprentice of the middle, and the combat prowess honed under the tutelage of a great brother of the middle, these two considerations are likely what increase your value in the eyes of the company. You got zero self-respect, huh? You should consider yourself fortunate. Huh? The heck are you on about? Other companies would not solicit your cooperation by means of a verbal exchange. Your interrogator would simply open your cranium, harvest your brain, and extract any and all necessary information without going through intermediary steps such as this. Even without resorting to such methods, the range of available means to compel the disclosure of information is practically limitless. Truth serums, hypnotic suggestions, electrical shocks, and stimulations, and of course, procedures utilizing distortions and abnormalities. That being said, the LCE department prefers to distance itself from such uncivilized approaches that may entail complications and after effects. I do hope that we share a similar predilection. You're so freaking annoying, you know that, mister? The feeling is entirely mutual. Leaving the biting chill of his threats to sink in, Hohenheim turned toward the exit. Give her some push and bring her along. I wonder if this is his usual strictness with enemies, or it could be because like he pinned Martin's death on her because she's of the same affiliation, in a sense, House of Spiders, right? Yeah, even though she had no quote-unquote direct effect on Martin's death. Much to say. I don't quite seem to be myself today. No, disregard that. That too was a rather foolish thing to say. I will defer this matter to you, manager. Work of this sort likely falls more within your capabilities than my own. But do I feel like it's Ryoshu's that are gonna do most of the work? And with that, Hohenheim stepped out of the room, leaving me to deal with Kira. His reaction was understandable. The LCE had only just finished laying its dead researchers to rest. Kira was probably the last person anyone would want to face right now, much less speak to. What should I even say to persuade her? He was still caught in thought when someone, quite unexpectedly, made her way to Kira. Yoshihide? You, but you got stabbed in the back by Matthias. That's not true. Papa wasn't landing a fatal blow unless he cut through me too. That's why he did exactly that, to aim for the enemy's head. Besides, he made the right choice, a little sacrifice in a thing in a family. Family. Coming from him, a middle mutt thrown out of his kennel. Doesn't it sound ridiculous even to you? That's thrown out. Fucker Matthias. A GB great brother only by technicality. He fucked up badly. He was still family by name, but underneath it, everyone hoped he'd disappear quietly on his own. He was that family member nobody wanted around. Same treatment for me, being his brat. Not surprising, it's the ST for the bowl cut too. Not surprising, it's the same taste. Oh, young Ryoshu, could it be that thou also dost harbor a passionate zeal for fix? I guess that is technically a bowl cut, huh? I quickly clapped a hand over Don Quixote's mouth as she smoothly chimed into the conversation. So, what exactly is your point? The point is, you're taking too long. If you can't decide whether you want to live or die, I can shorten the hesitation. CQ. Cooperate? Conquest? That kind of thing. Or I'll think right this instant. What does that mean? Cooperate quietly, or I'll snap your neck completely right this instant. Think isn't such a bad way to go if you're keen on taking that loyalty act straight to the grave. This is so crappy. Whatever, I get it, okay? I'll talk if that's what you want so bad. That actually worked. Fixers who go out in a blaze of glory aren't actually the strong ones. It's the ones who survive. The ones who live to see another day and keep getting stronger. Anyway, Yoshihide, what's up with you talking in weird ass abbreviations? Like, sync? That's so random. Who even says that? Ryoshi didn't bother to reply and simply chewed on the mouth end of a cigarette. But is this really the right call? To her, we're probably people she needs to settle the score with. As if. Half her tattoos are gone, clock. They even confiscated her book. You think the middle sorry excuse for loyalty means so much for this trade that she'd bite us? Besides... No, better hear it from her instead. Hey, tell me why Matthias kicked the bucket. That's cause... Well, cause Papa was weaker than y'all. Huh. Yeah, you're the jerk spread, alright. Kira pushed herself up from the bed with a sour face, but at least she didn't argue back. And we called Hohenheim, who'd been waiting outside, back in. I assume the prisoner was successfully persuaded. Come, you will find your weapon on the table. You may use it in the event of an emergency. What the hell? I can't even unsheath it. Ah, you won't be able to use it without authorization. The code has been slightly adjusted. Now then, let us head to the House of Spiders at once. The back door is up and waiting for us. We made our way to the House of Spiders with Kira trailing behind us, looking like she was smelling something particularly fishy on us. Only a few days had passed since our last visit, but the place looked markedly different from what we remembered. The sight of the hollow, frigid atmosphere and the endless stretch of corridors hadn't changed. But Callisto's so-called artworks were now covered in white sheets, and unfamiliar devices were fixed all around the back doors. Prithee, who might those people thither be? Whoa! Is this a different department? Looks like some shady bastards moved in already. Our guarded reaction prompted Hohenheim to step forward and gesture to one of the oddly dressed figures. It seems introductions are in order for both sides. This is team leader Alan from Wayfarer Company, who will be working with us on the investigation into the house specs doors. Wayfarer Company? A corporate entity partnered with Limbus Company, responsible for providing portal technology. It has, on prior occasion, been referred to as the new or aspirant W Corp, though the name is an unofficial one. Our employees also have taken to calling you the new L Corp, something we have in common, given that we're both chasing after the same horizon. Ooh! Okay, we finally have official statement? Official-ish statement in law canon? Ah, I remember. The company vying to take W Corp's place, right? The same horizon. He's probably talking about getting recognized as a wing. After all, the old L Corp has already fallen, while W Corp, from what I've heard, is free falling at this point. But from the sounds of it, they're still doing portal-related things, but I don't know how Limbus Company has anything to do with energy. And these are the manager and the sinners of the LCB department, our field operations unit, frequently deployed to deal with on-site matters firsthand. They have more personnel, but the rest are tied up with other duties elsewhere. Only a handful will be joining this investigation effort. I understand. Field operation units are almost always understaffed anyway. The support you've provided is more than sufficient. Alan gave an understanding nod. The man slipped off his bulky helmet before extending his hand in greeting. Oh, he looks like an older gentleman. Wayfarer Doorbreach, Team 4 leader. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The name's Alan, leader of Doorbreach Team 4. Likewise. Before Faust could even relay my reciprocal greeting, words spilled out of Alan's mouth in a strangely uneven rhythm, as if my ticking didn't bother him at all, like he was sticking to a script he had rehearsed. Heard great things about you, Manager Dante of Limbus Company, and the bus team's performance. You'll capitalize on the suppression of distortions at T-Corp as leverage to push your products, and the profits were nothing short of staggering, I heard. Oh yeah, we're supposed to be distortion resolving specialists to the public. But what's that product part about? The manager says it was merely a matter of luck. They also look forward to working with you on this task. Oh, are you the interpreter? In that case, I'll be sure to consult the manager only when both of you are available. Sure. Faust didn't seem particularly pleased with the role Alan had pinned on her, but she nodded anyway. She quietly came to my side and answered my earlier question while Alan carried on with Hohenheim. He's referring to the monolith sales project. The credit was attributed to the LCB at the express request of Mr. Hubert, the Corp's executive director. Oh, so that's how the rumor spread, huh? We've reviewed the agreements. Now I understand you'll be assisting in verifying what lies beyond the back doors. I'd appreciate it if you could share any prior knowledge you have about where these back doors connect as detailed as you can make them, if you don't mind. Hohenheim fixed Kira with a pointed look. Though Kira responded defiantly, cocking her head in a show of irritation, she still gave up a sliver of information she had. Honestly, I've got pretty much nothing of if it's about Robo-Unk and his room. Okay, I was not expecting that term to appear in this. Robo-Unk. I mean, I've seen Alpina hit up that door and the other one over there when she was popping out to farm stuff, but... Farm? Oh, it's gathering material. See, what kind of material? Human guts and all that. She'd come back hauling piles of them. So they're probably connected to some back streets area. The back streets. Any more details? Can you stop prying? You're low-key pissing me off. Whoa, she already has this darkened shade. Oh my god, she's gonna be a real character. What? That's literally all I've got, for real. For a moment, Ellen leveled Kira with a stiff expression. And even before I could register what had happened, Kira's head jerked to the side from a sudden punch by Ellen. Yeah, it kinda makes sense. He kinda gave me freaking... what the hell was his face? That guy from Canto 1 that betrayed us. And gave me that vibes. Like... good first impression, but he's actually just using you kind of thing. I mean, makes sense. In his eyes, like, she's just like a criminal. Yeah. I thought Kira was nimble enough to dodge a surprise attack easily, but this one seemed to have caught her completely off guard. She stood there blinking, eyes round in rude surprise. Actually, it wasn't that he caught her off guard, it was the motion of the punch itself that somehow felt off. The fist being raised, the arm being extended, the blow making contact, the chain of actions was there, but it just didn't look normal. Did you just hit me? What the hell's wrong with you? As Kira reeled from the unexpected strike, Don Quixote spoke up in a cold, shocked tone. Now, what manner of discourtesy is this? With all that whining, I thought the brat could use a lesson to remind her of her place. I had no intention of damaging your company asset, of course. I simply assumed the level of warning would not be inappropriate in this case. I don't think that is under your jurisdiction. You're not allowed to freaking scold another department or hack another company's freaking whatever, man. It seems Hohenheim also is of similar mindset. Team leader Alan, that sort of conduct may not be an issue in your organization, but it is here. Should it happen again, do understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay. My apologies. I will keep that in mind going forward. Alan stood down without arguing back, but Kira looked far from satisfied from how Hohenheim handled the situation. He gets to sock me in the face and walk off scot-free? So freaking annoying. Fortunately enough, her grumbling didn't escalate into her lashing out at Ellen. That punch just now, though, what was that? It exhibited a behavior that defied the standard laws of physics. Presumably a form of technology utilized by Wayfarer Company. I wonder what's so weird about the punch. I would assume it's like, how I imagine it is like, it looked like a weak punch, but at point of contact, a sudden surge of force appeared. That's how I'm imagining it anyways. In a real shoe, give Manager Allen whatever information you have. That door should lead to one of the ring-protected turfs. The other two on the left, I remember they were marked with an X painted with blood. But... me. Where they actually lead, it's all blurry. I have no idea, okay? It seems that's all the information we can provide. Will that suffice? We now know that the doors likely connect to a perceivable area. It's already a big improvement in terms of intel for Wayfarer Company's backdoor mapping progress. Which means there's less chance of us encountering a space beyond human perception past those doors. Alright, then I'll proceed with connection verification. Which door shall we test first? We'll start with the ones in a real shoe mentioned. You don't trust me at all, huh? And why even bring me along? Ignoring Kira's jab, Alan began setting up various devices on the door, and soon an elegant white door opened before us. Shall we? Art thou joining us? As well, young Hohenheim? This once, there are procedures for handing over field operations. Okay, let's see what's in there. Okay, I was not expecting to enter a new spot. I thought it was all within the House of Spiders area. Okay, that's quite interesting. Hey, a new museum. What the? Is this some kind of wildlife exhibit? The moment we stepped in, the lights hit us all at once, drawing squints and frowns from the sinners. Thanks to my lack of physical eyes, I could make out a room filled with statues, or perhaps taxidermied animals. It felt like a gallery of sorts, but it was so quiet that the air itself seemed to carry a strange, somber weight. After a moment, someone shattered the silence, but it wasn't Don Quixote, our usual suspect. Holy shit, the skill is just insane! That's the whale from the 8th Association Great Lakes Special Issue! Oh, they have a whale here. Kira, who'd seemed beaten down all along, exclaimed with a bit more energy in her voice. Man, seeing it in real life sure hits different. The Indigo Elder solo one-shots these monsters with that harpoon of his, huh? It's a Great Lake whale. Doesn't look like the one we've encountered, though. Yes, we encountered a calamity, Dante. Organisms of various sources can be identified here. Singularity modified, outskirts born. They look almost alive. They're not, right? No, they're not. Duh. Though Robo-Unk did say that the ring has these zoos where they put monsters display alive. I think one of the points of their artists is to make it look as lifelike as possible. Man, this would have been way more fun if we could see the moving ones. Everything here is dead. Still looks crazy sick though. The vibe really hurt. Even though she was trying to play it cool, Kira kept sneaking glances at the massive horned display off to the side, clearly surprised in a way she couldn't hide. That said, I felt a distinct shortage of hyperactivity given the presence of a certain someone in our party. Okay, this is a... well, technically this isn't a fixer related thing. I don't see why she should be excited. Don Quixote? The eye of a second kindred. House Tepes. What is it doing here? Oh shit, we're getting Don Quixote lore. At the mention of the word kindred, I couldn't help but follow Don Quixote's gaze. Opposite the whale was another kind of exhibit. It contained items leaning on the more gruesome side of things, starting with a crimson eyeball that caught Don Quixote's attention and body parts like hands and bones that looked as though they had been stripped off the human body. This one? This one? Okay, the second kindred, huh? Yeah. The fingers are pretty strong. It's a gallery of the School of Fauvism, probably a mean studio at that, which comes with a maestro's atelier and an auction house. Alan, we will be making our exit shortly. Prepare to initiate lockdown sequence. Before Hohenheim could even finish his urgent transmission, numerous footsteps closed in from somewhere nearby. Wow, I didn't know you had the air of freaking punctuality in it. Good timing, this village. Turning toward the sound of shoes clacking on the floor, we found strange figures wearing animal masks staring directly at us. Neat. Whoops. She's aware of these people? That presence is kinda like Papa's. Ain't no way, that's not a raid boss we can clear at our level. We gotta get out of here. Are you saying that this person is stronger than Matthias? I'm not saying that Matthias is quite strong, but he's pretty high up there, ain't it? It's not that simple. Retreating is not a viable solution here. This door is connected to the House of Spiders. Escaping without installing the security system will invite pursuit. We must stall them until Alan is ready to initiate the lockdown sequence. As tensions thickened, one of the strangers who wore a peculiar bone mask stepped forward. The voice that spoke to us carried equal part curiosity and delight. He came through that door. Then the house's fall wasn't just a baseless rumor. A stray little spiderling, fallen from her parents' web. How many years has it been? You. Who are you? Ah, right. It makes sense that you would fail to recognize me. I used to wear a different mask back when I used to visit as your tutor, didn't I? A wolf, if memory serves right. Yes, that must have been when I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing into the raw, still thrashing flesh, living prey, and the predator's ferocious yet cavenously resonant howling. Rings a bell? You're that maestro whose whole lesson was a 3-hour sermon praising the intensity of primary colors and the strength of living creatures. Benoit, was it? That's right, Emile Benoit. And they say you can't hatch a phoenix from a chicken's egg. It's an always supply, I see. Looks like that mind of yours is still sly as a raven, unlike your nurse fathers. I presume. I only remember you because the tactility of hides and guts made for passable artwork. At first glance, it looked like Ryoshu was casually taking a trip down memory lane with the maestro. But I had a feeling she was in fact dragging this out on purpose to buy us time. That lockdown sequence thing, how much longer till it's ready? Young Hohenheim, the lockdown sequence. Don Quixote, who had been shooting the ring members, an incensed glare sparked by the discovery of a kindred's eye, swiftly relayed my words to Hohenheim without even a hint of an earlier shenanigan. I'm afraid the progress and speed of the lockdown sequence lies in Alan's hands, not mine. It is by its nature a time-consuming work. We cannot expect haste. Perhaps that does make this a suitable juncture to trial Plan A. Plan A? Any suggestions that involve Don Quixote removing her shoes will not be dignified with a serious discussion. Instead, maybe what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Don Quixote's shoes, because he opened his mouth as though he was about to be taught to Faust's categorical rejection. Wait, I just realized. Faust Tepe, is it? Is Faust? Is it a reference to Vlad the Impaler? Yeah, something. That word has some association with him. Maybe what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Quixote because he opened his mouth to categorical rejection. But the moment he followed Faust's eyes and saw what she was looking at, he quietly shut his mouth and said nothing further. Faith in potentiality is not something I dislike. As for this, however, it seems more like grasping at straws. At the end of their gaze was Ryoshu's blade, Arayashiki. I was going to try using it anyway. I've long wanted to see if a maestro's death is any different. Telling him that we were just leaving won't work, will it? No, it won't. Every individual present here would be quite the fascinating specimen to the artists of the ring. We are practically a windfall of inspiration and material that has so conveniently been delivered to them. It is improbable that they will allow us to return unharmed. Faust is right. He and Hohenheim are geniuses, and Ryoshu is the wielder of Arayashiki. Don Quixote is a kindred of a higher generation, and I happen to house a golden bow in my head. They are quite the specimen, shall we say. I just remembered, wasn't the first few people we met in when we started Limbus company back in Silva Oscura was there was a wolf, a panther, and a lion, right? And apparently they were like under a serpent, which apparently is the purple tear. Do they have any relation with the ring? That's what I'm wondering. The purple tear is a color, and the color is associated with associations, right? Yeah, and she will remain as such until the Hana Association removes that. So it won't make sense that the wolf is wolf unless that's not the case anymore. I have no idea how much information the ring has on us, But even if they knew nothing, they wouldn't let us go easily. Are you sure about this, Ryoshu? Doesn't matter if I'm sure at all or not. No, if I'm sure. No, I got nothing. Clock. Think of that woman as Lei Heng and do as you did in the HC's mention. Heathcliff's mention. Oh my god. I'll take care of the rest. Right, that's probably our best shot. What Ryoshu meant was quite clear. Resonate with the golden bow, secure an advantage to fight on equal footing, then catch them off guard by slowing down the flow of time. Cut from the Arayashiki, even if it doesn't give us a real fighting chance, might at least stall the maestro long enough to give us the time to get away. This floor of the exhibit only houses submissions from students and docents. But if you look closely enough, there are some possible ones that show the promise of excellence. And above all, this is the gallery of the School of Hawkism, and mine, the gallery of Emile Benoit. Which is why I would have preferred to take you without an unnecessary fight, if possible. Shame. Still, we're talking about a unique relic here, a masterless one at that. Acquiring the Arayashiki makes it worth the cost. If you want to taste. Confusion flickered across Ryoshu's face as she tried to unsheath her blade. What's the matter? Oh, lock. The House of Spiders used to bind the Arayashiki no longer exists. So why can't I draw the blade? Is it because her daughter doesn't want her to draw the blade? She wants her to remember? Now that's unexpected. To the rumors of you mastering that relic, were they false? The maestro only gave a loose swing of her arm, but it was enough to make Ryoshu recoil. A shadow of surprise crossed her face. The wound looked like nothing more than a light gash, yet the maestro's contemplative gaze shifted between the blood on Ryoshu's arm and her own as though the attack had been an experiment to prove a hypothesis. Right? Yeah, shifted between the blood. It wasn't hard to guess what she was thinking. Notice, did you? I had my doubts from the moment I saw you today. Was the House of Spiders a success or a failure? Tell me, Yoshihide, what do you think a serpent's defining strength is? What are you on about now? Ask any student and they'll give the same predictable answers. The deadly venom, the sleek scales, and why it's lamentably disappointing. Okay, so she does have a connection with a serpent. Okay, and we know serpent is the purple tear, so is the purple tear part of the ring? Is she a... If there's anyone higher than the maestro, I don't even know, but it's, for some reason I don't think so either. The maestro advanced toward us with an assured certainty. Then sees the beige thread dangling from the ceiling. No, calling it a mere thread would be wrong. It was something that resembled the thread, yet felt much more disturbing. I, for one, have a particular liking for the jaw and the spine. The flexibility of the spine linked like a chain, and the jaw bound, not by bone but by ligaments that allowed the animal to swallow its prey whole. Perhaps I would have said that I admire this structural effect. The thrice coiled ring on her ring finger gave off a full glint, and the walls and the ceiling suddenly began to echo the sickening squelch and crack of flesh and bones assembly. It says her. I did not know this was a woman. What the hell is that? Which brings me to ask, what better way to claim this delivery of promising material with a single bite than a work of art fashioned from a snake? The maestro plunged her arm into a long serpentine body of a monster. Sheer presence radiated a pressure as oppressive as that of the nurse fathers, only more primal and untempered. Consider it a privilege. This is the first time this piece has ever been exhibited to an outsider. Hohenheim, is the lockdown sequence still not ready? 1 minute to go! Step aside! The attack from the Eagle Gear Hohenheim hastily brandished didn't even last a moment. The weapon was knocked from his hand. Ooh, artwork! As I scrambled to equip the sinners with their identities, something abruptly stopped the beast like appendage midway through its hurtling motion. And the one who intercepted the blow, ooh, was Kira. Okay, and we still have Rushu trying to pull off a blade. Anything else? I'm not seeing something. That must be the serpent that I was talking about. Cool. Hit. Was Kira struggling to push back against the serpentine arm with her steel-sealed blades. Kira? Did she suddenly have a change of heart I wasn't aware of? Shit, this wasn't a plan at all. Obviously not. She couldn't have changed her mind that quickly. Because the look on her face couldn't be anything other than that of utter regret. The middle. For someone who doesn't seem to be a proper member, you've inked quite the quantity of tattoos onto yourself. Aha! You must be the new kid. Matthias took in. Why do you stand in my way? Fucked if I know, I'm already regretting it, alright? They're definitely gonna ditch me here. Why did I even... Must be instinct taking over. Couldn't fully shake off the opponent's killing intent, so the body chose to clash head on. So the behavioral facet of the psyche can be controlled with suitable training. Unexpected data, but useful to be sure. Shut it, mister! Quit yapping and let me use my blades! Authorized and ready, lifting locks. Now! Kira's thermal weapons emerged from their sheaths with a metallic clang. She used the recoil of the motion to skid back and assume a defensive stance. Naturally, that broke Benoit's arm from the deadlock as well. The maestro lashed out again with the monstrous limb, but... Huh? It is a foul injustice to strike against the unprepared opponent in a duel. Behold, for I shall allow thee a glimpse of the badass form that only the most renowned of fixers have displayed through the ages. Seeing an opening, Don Quixote slammed into the arm with a full might, knocking it off its trajectory. Predictably, however, the sheer force of the maestro's attack instantly reduced her to a red splotch of polished bone. Standing her remains crashing. We know for a fact that the sinners have improved, right? But what we don't know is that are they strong? I mean, they are stronger with their identities equipped, of course, but like their base sinner forms, are they stronger? Have they grown in their base capacities? Ready to initiate lockdown sequence. I will seal the door immediately upon your exit. Everyone to the door! Faust, retrieve the organic remnants of Sinner Tree. As Faust made her exit with what was once Don Quixote, the students of the ring surrounded Kira, barring her way out. A hollow chuckle slipped out of her lips. Called it for real. This is exactly why I didn't want to get involved. Taking Kira back with us would mean having a sizable force of the ring trail right behind her through the door. Kira, too, seemed to have realized the risk that no one in their right mind would want to take. She lowered her head in defeat, as though she knew full well the fate that had awaited her. I'm such a dumbass. What was I thinking diving in like that? You! Don't just stand there, get over here now! But, this guy's gonna come flooding in if I... You TTM? You talk too much. Wanna get cleaved in half again? You pin this on me later? You're gonna pay. Blocking the maestro's arm by a hair as it came down on her again, Kira hurled herself toward the door with every bit of strength she could muster. More than a few students rushed in through the doorway, chasing after the sinners who had gone in ahead, but... Lockdown sequence complete, all backdoor links have been cut. Fortunately, Alan managed to sever the connection between the two back doors before the maestro could cross over. Bolt cut. Think you can still use your arms? I'm fine. So she says. Kira would be strong enough addition to fight for us, but the ring members that have managed to cross-formed a rather sizable force. Fighting them off with just the sinners I have at my side would not be the best course of action. In that case. Guys, I assume you're all available right now. As soon as I call out to the sinners, their voices come through Hohenheim's radio, one after another. Huh? I guess so? Ready for your order, Executive Manager. I, Otis, am prepared to answer your call whenever and wherever. Hang on, I just need to finish this part. To be. I feel like this could have been a cooler aura farm. But I'll take it. Looks like we are loosely just using Marco's rain as much as we can. Good preparation, brisk expression, yada yada yada. Before hitting it, if it does not have sinking, +3. I was not expecting lore. Oh my god. They are beasts that fall in and out of vogue within the school of Fauvism, yes. But a true artist must take fierce pride in that single animal as the underdrawing which best represents their unique self. Despite this wisdom, however, there are some who flit from beast to beast as though the self is nothing more than a costume to be worn and discarded. I wonder who's speaking in that atrocious expression. Austro Rouge to opinion on full. That's it. The Syncope. Same. The first step is always but a single animal. And with every quest for art and ferocity, another beast is laid atop the previous specimen. Okay. So to join this school of Fauvism, you need to find your spirit animal, and then you put more spirit animals on top of that spirit animals. So you ran out of ability to spirit that animal. Oh, she's here now. So 65. LCE question mark. It's interesting that it's E.
라이터는 챙겨온 거야?
She also is not just star now. I'm expecting that.
나를 지켜보고 있었군.
Yeah, yours don't have second kindred. Interesting. Okay. So, we won't be joining any other departments, but else. Time for some warm-up. Same, totally badass tattoo. Or it just augmentation tattoos now, not even the entry plus grudge. Go. Disemboweling complete. Crossing dervish. Something, get you back for this. Up. Further. Thermal weapons. The middle. Oh, if this unit hit with more than 2 skills, gain 1. Oh wait, this resentment. Grudge. Oh, there's no extra lore on her. Alright, let's just proceed as it is. Yep. It's only the first door, and the impediments are already beyond expected levels. I swear, I thought that was it for me back there. Events of this nature will be frequent. We were merely beset by ill luck. If you just listened to me and picked another door, we wouldn't have gotten cooked like that in the first place. I thought you weren't a luck kind of guy, Hohenheim. Like, why even drag me into this if you weren't gonna trust me? Weirdos. We would have opened them all at the end of the day. Sit down? SD? What's that? Same difference. Again, why shorten it like that? Just say duh or something, or just spell it out and say it was anticipated. That's something. Good work, everyone. Wayfarer does have a team dedicated to this sort of task, but the mortality rate is quite high. Honestly, I was bracing myself for the worst. The odds of completing the first door of an expedition without any casualties are under 15%. This, by all measures, counts as a flawless expedition. Tapping away at his device, Alan addressed us with an amicable smile. Seemed totally different from the same man who had manhandled Kira with a fist to her face. Those foul beasts won't be able to cross over anymore with the door completely locked down, right? That cannot be asserted with certainty. Are you saying more might come? The corridors and back doors have always been the ring's turf clock, and those Fauvis beasts have endured as a long-standing faction within the ring. If they've got that much history, they must know many back doors, both the origin and destination points. Alan clarified what Ryoshu was hinting at. Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge of alternate routes, which makes it difficult to prevent infiltration. No need to concern yourselves over much. Even if that were the case, it is unlikely they would move on the House of Spiders so soon. Eh? They could always rush for surprise attack though. Even that fourth its maestro seemed to lack clear intel on the event that took place at the House of Spiders. If so, it follows that they will need time to assess and deliberate about the situation. Plus, like, they should know that we handled them. they're not so easy. When we were there meeting them the first time, that was their best chance of taking us out. And since they didn't, but the situation, the logical scope of their concerns will be identifying the organization that has secured the House of Spiders, the possibility of additional traps beyond the back doors, and the like. Once all backdoor-related procedures tied to the House of Spiders are completed, the resulting security framework should be able to preempt and block any infiltration attempts. This operation is more important than I thought. That aside, why couldn't I draw the blade? Is it the new scabbard's fault? Ryoshu lifted the sheathed sword with an irritated frown. And that's when I felt a faint vibration. The blade was twitching ever so slightly. The quivering was faint. 'Twas seen by all, indeed. Damn, I saw it too. Is it possessed or something? Looks like I wasn't the only one who saw the sword twitching, as though it wasn't pleased at all with how Ryoshu was talking about the scabbard. Ryoshu's gaze lingered on the sword before slowly shifting toward the back doors. Could it be that seeing the scabbard brought back a memory of Araya? Ryoshu, is it an SS? A demon edge? An enchanted blade? Which is it? SS sacred sword? Okay. It's probably neither of those. Nor is it a sentient sword. Okay. This presents a fine opportunity to conduct another examination of the sword. Excuse us for a moment, Team Leader Alan. Please feel free to go ahead. The attack just now damaged some devices, so we're going to have to perform some maintenance before continuing. There's plenty of other work for me to do while you're away, too. Are we to return to the headquarters research facility then? No, that won't be necessary. There is a facility here that should prove more than adequate. Hohenheim brought us to what looked like a research lab, lined with cables, rows of screens, and diagrams full of complex symbols and shapes. I didn't know there was a place like this in the House of Spiders. This is a forward base constructed by Limbus Company following Operation Spiderpire. It did not exist prior to the house's fall. It is intended for additional backdoor investigation and research into irregular phenomena observed during the operation. Irregular phenomena? An example, research subjects such as a spatial analysis of the correlation between the emergence of Sinner 11's sign and the manifestation of possible future. Oh. Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and a group of researchers surrounding him, the same people who had dragged him off earlier. Oh, they had dragged him into the House of Spiders. They were accompanied by a gaggle of sinners who tagged along to either watch the show or kill some time, while they took a breather afterward. Yeah, I can understand Ishmael, Rodion, and Heathcliff, but Otis? You got no friends or something? Hohenheim, how long will the examination take? With Sinclair's biometric assessment concluded, the analyzer device should be available for the relic now, which means that it should be finished in an hour from now at the latest. The scabbard rattled again at the mention of an hour. Something, I don't know what or how. The weight swayed, almost felt like a child trembling. It's moving again. Come along, Ryoshu, I expect you will want to witness the procedure. Fine. That's the blade able to tell the future or something? Like, something's gonna happen in an hour, we're gonna get attacked or some shit. Ryoshu and Hohenheim headed off to the side. The examination was probably going to start immediately. And to get to Sinclair then, wait. I was making my way towards Sinclair, who was getting bombarded with questions, when an unexpected figure behind a pillar caught my eye. Right. I was not expecting you to be here, to be honest. It was Vespa Crabro, a big piece of paper covered in crooked handwriting taped on his back. I assume he's here for protection purposes. Snap. Thief? Oh. Must have ate something of Ezra's, didn't you? Manager. Karen snacks. Mr. Stringbean ate up all of them. God damn it. Vespa. Come on, man. You're an adult. Why would you steal candy from a child? Sorry, but I think there's been some misunderstanding. Look, kick his ass. And, oh yeah, if Karen's here, virtually this is also. Not only is this matter not worth pointing fingers over, Karen also shares some of the responsibility for leaving them out on the table unattended. Still, I would prefer you exercise more care next time, or you'll put me in a tough spot. Right, but the father figure sometimes need to show his daughter that he can rise to the occasion. Start spitting out another color fixes for him. Understood. Karen, super sulking mode engaged. Not talking for half a day. Deploying super pass bitter candy. Beep beep, mode disabled. I'm not sure if this is an appropriate request, but may I reprove the paper from my bag now? It's a little inconvenient for me. Seeing a father-daughter moment. Brings a tear to my eye. Karen forgives this time. Next time, no mercy. Let's make sure she doesn't listen to that radio channel again. Vergilius looked on with an inscrutable expression as Karen peeled the snack thief sign of Vespa's back. Make sure to remember this so I don't have to think I'm burning through what little candy chance I have left on such trivial nonsense. Thank you. Vespa gave a polite thanks, but he was already picking something off another plate and stuffing it into his mouth. Oh god, he's a serial eater. Wait a minute, I was saving that for later. I assumed you were being picky. Well, now you know, yet I still see you gobbling up my share. He took my snack too, Bert. Bert, kick his ass. Rodion Romanovich. I am aware that half of the total snack budget allocated to each sinner is being funneled into your snacking expenses. And now you're raiding the LCE supplies as well. Of course she is getting scolded. Shit. Oh my god, I wanna see this part being voiced so bad. Chill, that's totes been agreed upon, okay? Besides, that's that. And this is this. Holy shit. Yo, you gotta bring that shit in this. You're gonna wig. Yes. The lines on Virgilius' brow look deeper than usual today. I guess the stresses of fatherhood is always more than you'd expect. Hoping to help him out of this endless cycle of snack-related headaches and to satisfy my own nagging curiosity, I drew near our guide and broke his brooding silence with my TikToks. Did we learn anything about Sinclair's sign? Dante is inquiring about the outcome of your research on the sign. I've heard from the researchers, but nothing of particular significance came out of it. Observation of the sign has so far been limited to 2 individuals, the manager and Sinclair. Due to the limited accessibility to the phenomenon, the only verifiable of information was so far been its existence. Researching that which cannot be observed is bound to be difficult. Past as a point, aside from Sinclair, none of the sinners can actually see the sign. Oh. Dante can? Dante ever seen this? I mean, like, we as the player can. I don't know if Dante has explicitly stated that he saw a sign before. Okay. But the same would go for the researchers. Even Sonia said only a select few people could perceive it. If there were more individuals bearing signs, there would be a wider pool for comparative analysis of statistical samples to narrow down the scope. However, records indicate no suitable references exist. At present, the research effort is limited to introducing variables such as whether or not the irregular phenomena are tied to the location where the battle took place. Yeah, we haven't seen Damien in a while, you know. Can we just like draw a sheet right now, make him appear type shit? By individuals bearing signs, do you mean people like Damien and Sanson? Wait, then could those guys do what Sinclair did? But pull in some superpowered future self and just track everything? I mean, I don't think they need to. They're strong enough as it is. Even Sonya? Oh, no. No, don't be sad. Should step in and put an end to this subject before Rhodia gets the blues. I don't think so. From what Ishmael and Faust reported back then, right, Sinclair from the future said each sign carries a different power, I think. Maybe, you know, those layers of light rings Damien used to finish off Chroma, or Sanson dragging us into his story, those could be it. Wait, are you saying that this is different than the Mang? Could be? Maybe. That doth seem plausible. So none of that is information we can confirm yet. Correct. As you have stated, any discussion of this subject would not venture beyond the realm of wild speculation. Nothing has been proven yet. Ergo, fear would be an unnecessary response at present. Alright, Yisang, okay. Chief researcher from a different company, what is your take on this very important data? This is, at best, grounded in supposition, but it would seem that the researchers are coaxing forth a hypothesis from the vestiges left in the wake of Sinclair's future self. Oh, that bit about the sign maybe being some singularity or whatever, yeah? The precise position of the hypothesis was that the fundamental principles of the signs working may be equivalent to those of singularities or relics. Okay. So it's just a strong guy. But as no actionable evidence was obtained from Sinclair, there is presently no means by which this hypothesis may be validated. I see. Then nothing came out of them dragging Sinclair off for their research. Oh, you also thought I was being dragged off, but still let it happen anyway? Calm down, Sinclair. I'm just a manager. You know, there's just only so much I could do, man. I wonder if they hashed out any of the other information future Sinclair stated, you know, seconds before and shit. No, I mean... I'm kidding. Just thought I'd try going along with the mood. The old Sinclair wouldn't have even thought to joke around like that. He's really changed lately. For the better, I think. So, did anything happen that we should worry about? I stuck close to him just in case nothing serious came up. Just took some blood, a small skin sample. Oh, and they were also checking if the sign reacts to electrical stimulation. Yeah, and I had to fill out some questionnaires too. Things like, please describe what you remember from the battle exactly as it happened, or list the sensations you felt when you regained consciousness. And your memories of that moment have yet to return. No, I don't know if they'll ever come back, actually. I'll say they only exist with my future self, so... Wait, but for my future self to even have those memories, shouldn't I carry them in the first place? Which comes first? A paradox, it would seem. In such a case, that Sinclair is merely one branch among many possible futures. If the future unfurls into boundless branches by means of ceaseless bifurcation, then the body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into grains more fleeting than dust, too diminished to ever reverse their course and trace their path back to the self now exist. Is that the theory suggested? Not a certainty, but a possible interpretation. Here you go again, more of that nonsense only you lot understand. Oi, memory or not, that future guy still came out of him, didn't he? Then some part of him's got to be left in there somewhere, yeah? Like muscle memory or whatever. Perhaps he can still pull off some of those tricks from back then. Tricks from back then? But you kicked off proper out there, even pulled out that trick you picked up from that plastered old geezer, right? Not just that, he was using that Mang technique quite effortlessly too. What? The glowing ring thing? Yup, the glowing ring thing. He had two of them coiled around his weapon. I used the glowing ring thing? It's nice to know that everyone's together. This is the first time I'm hearing anything about it. Alright, so what exactly is that glowing ring thing? Anyone? Wait, have we not gotten a proper explanation of this? Let's ask our resident glowing ring thing. Fuck! Maybe some technique that enhances physical capability? I mean, I guess that flashy aura that makes you a real tough's one part of it, but there's gotta be more, right? Don't know, could be a secret finger thing they pass down to their members. Technique, gear, something like that. Look at it. That black coney leader, that Li Heng prick, and the nurse fathers we fought. Whole lot of them's finger, ain't they? The fuck is the black coney leader? Oh, I think it's talking about Kong Chu. The notion seems to unravel. Or even among the LCD, there were those who came to wield it. Oh yeah, Ezra did too, and Vergilius too. So what? Only the proper hard bastards can use it? Some posh top-end trick, is it? Without anyone in particular prompting it, the sinners slowly turned their gaze toward Vergilius and Vespa. I only learned to wield it from my team leader, too. I have a sensory understanding of Shin, but I can claim nothing too profound. However, what I can spare are some rumors, though they are all without proper sources. Rumors? They circulated among elite fixers and association leadership, that there exists a power called Shin, capable of enhancing the body without having to pay expensive upkeep costs. A rumor among fixers. God damn it. A rumor among fixers, sayest thou? Yes, even the technique to manifest it, how-to tips, really spread through hearsay. Oh, okay. I thought it was more closeted, but it seems there is some quote-unquote widespread information on it. Oh yeah, that tracks. That super rookie column in the latest mag bonus vid, bro's really popping off with it. Straight up aura farmed with a shiny mang wrapped around the weapon. It must be that my eyes are yet to be privy to seeing such a marvel in a video. Wait, you serious? In the latest issue, literally on the videotape in the back. Maybe you missed it? How the did you guys even get this? You were like locked up, you know, where you getting this latest issue, bro. Video tape? Nas, for many a week have I been stranded from Mephi, leaving me of a chance to read not only the prior chronicle, but the latest one as well. Ugh, woe is me, when I return I shall feast through the night upon those noble exploits of adventuring fixers. As Don Quixote dramatically spiraled into a state of utter dejection, Otis cut into the conversation, her gaze narrowing with suspicion. From what I recall, the mental of Shin grants its users a high degree of physical advancement. I mean, out of all the people, I would expect you to be able to at least attempt. She's like, we just had the LCE checkup rerun, right? She was like the second strongest, just below Don Quixote. There is possibility that she can use it, considering. Did all the finger apprentices able to use it? I think Sora did. I don't know about the rest. I don't recall about the rest. There is no such thing as reinforcement without supplies. No power of that magnitude comes without an equivalent cost to wield it. That power relies on emotion and will for manifestation. Its output is not consistent like prosthesis and augmentation. And depending on how it is used, the consequence it demands can reach levels comparable to the ego you use. Oh, so there is a consequence. Okay, that's new. You mean to say that it exacts a toll upon the mind? I can walk you through the fundamentals if you'd like. From what I observed, it appeared to be a technique reserved for those of considerable strength. At our current level, it is not unreasonable to assume we could make use of it. Regarding that, our team leader has been conducting intensive research. And according to her, physical strength itself has little bearing on one's ability to learn and wield Shin. As the Yellow Harpoon says, it is, in essence, a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided they know the proper method of training. Vespa brows visibly twitched the moment Yellow Harpoon left Vigilius' lips. I mean, I assume he's a fan of, but I didn't know he didn't like his name or something. Yeah, Doesn't seem like he's a big fan of his own title, the Yellow Harpoon. Well, it fits. I think he's got those yellow stripes on his clothes, and he uses a harpoon too. Can he argue with that? I mean, from how the naming system of the colors, you take the color in like the most like proficient, the most prospective aspect of that said character. Like this Achilles is called the Red Gaze because of his eyes, and like his eyes are strong like red blood vein type shit. Yellow Harpoon because he uses a harpoon. Tear because she can tear through space time. Reverberation because she does music and shit. And the rest. Read it. But shit, can he argue with that? If I were to exaggerate, even Sina Yi-sang's pre-contract self could manage to learn it. I'm sorry, you're dropping on this. You're dropping this on me now. Yi-sang during the LCE LCE checkup rerun was known as the weakest sinner. Was able to manage the power of Shin and possibly manage Mang. Why must this self of mine be chosen as the point of comparison? Well, cause you're the wimpiest one here. Don't let it get to you. Even so, it would be a mistake to assume it's a power anyone can grasp with ease. As long as you are bound by contract as sinners, your ability to wield it will be severely limited. Unless you rely on particular identities or come upon an extraordinary circumstance. So this line is like the exceptions clause, like you can't, but in actuality you can because the game that we're playing here is like kind of has to allow you to do that. Shame, that would have been useful. Hey, then what about me? Can I learn it too? Kira, who had been fidgeting with her fingers, raised an arm and asked as though she couldn't hold the question back any longer. Come to think of it, the middle nurse father didn't use any Shin or Mang. I know it hasn't been that long since Canton 9, but I don't remember. Papa never taught me how to use it. He always said I could get stronger without a stupid crutch like that. It wasn't that he didn't teach you, he couldn't. He was a man who probably had never once reflected upon his own sin. A piece of trash like him would be incapable of even comprehending such a power in the first place. Vespa's responses always come back dripping with venomous hatred whenever the conversation turns to the topic of the fingers. Oh yeah, I forgot he hated the fingers. Did he specifically hate the middle? Kira must have noticed too, or perhaps she simply couldn't fit the right words to push back. Either way, she held her tongue, her expression settling into a blend of frustration and something that looked a little too close to sadness. If you want to reduce it to a yes or no, then yes, you'll be able to learn it with the odds in your favor. That is, assuming that the company decides to tolerate your continued existence. I already said I get it. As it stands, you're nothing more than a pending case of disposal, closer to a threat than you are to an ally, strictly speaking. Don't get comfortable because the manager and the sinners treat you with lenience. Step out of line and you will be the one who pays the price. There was nothing in what Virgilius said that I could argue with. Kira had been a member of the House of Spiders. She murdered scores of LCE researchers, and left us with plenty of memories we'd rather not revisit. For now, we're just working together. Not contesting that decision doesn't mean we have no hard feelings toward her. Leaving Kira alone with her thoughts, the sinners slipped back into their own business, snacks, idle chatter, and conversations about whatever had happened around LCE. The examination is concluded. I suppose it won't be an issue to let you hear the results together. And before we knew it, Hohenheim and Ryoshu returned. Alright. As hard as reading aloud is, it's nice to get new stories. I did not read that title, it was not English. To present the conclusion first, no, the notion of the sword being sentient one is incorrect. The locus of the will is not the blade, but the scabbard. Yes, Dante knows that. An ego forged in a rather paradoxical nature. Yes, that will be the most appropriate description. Not a sentient sword, huh? It's a sentient chief of a sword. Ryoshu's grumpy dismissal made the scabbard quiver, almost as if it had taken offense. Somehow, I felt like I could understand what Hohenheim meant by will now. It was a reunion of sorts, one that gave both a tinge of sadness and hope. If the scabbard has its own will, does that mean the owner of that will can be resurrected? It is too premature to deliberate on this matter. The state of existence under question is not one that may be defined as death at the moment. I assume they asked whether it can be revived or brought back to life, so to speak. Even supposing that survival is a fixed variable, and that reconstitution of the original corporeal body falls within the realm of theoretical possibility, the probability approaches zero given the limits of today's technology and conditions. In the original corporeal in the realm of theoretical possibility. Okay. Even if they are advanced technology, they can't really like create in a sense. We researchers are inclined to entertain even infinitesimal infinitesimal chances, but in the terminology of the lay people like yourself, such a prospect would be labeled impossible, wouldn't it? There is no need to fixate on the impossibilities of the present, Manager Dante. Such matters are reserved for us scientists to hold on to. Right. But we may have uncovered a thread, something that could lead to restoring Ryoshu's memories. Though, again, that too is merely a possibility. A far more practical avenue for you to pursue at the moment, nevertheless. And to that end, yes, further analysis on the scabbard itself would be necessary. Coordinate with Ellen for your next duty. He should still be in the ring nurse father's quarters. That will be all. Hohenheim cut himself off there, clamping his mouth shut as if any further exchange might scatter and mess up the theories he'd constructed in our conversation. Alright then, before we go, anyone wanna tag along? Munching on food, averting their gaze, the sinners were pretending they weren't interested at all. But going by the way their forks had long since stopped moving, it was pretty clear to me that they'd been intently listening in on our conversation. Where are we to go? Right, sorry, I forgot the rest of you weren't there with us earlier. Faust, Don Quixote, Ryoshu, and I have been checking where each back door leads. Oh, and Kira too. And the prisoner of war, executive manager? We talking about me? Yeah, I guess. I'm working with them too, yeah. But remember to tread carefully. Should you cause even the slightest harm to the executive manager, you will be held accountable without exception. Yeah, sure, whatevs. Kira needled at Otis with a mocking pout, but oddly enough, she didn't appear particularly irritated. Anyway, I think it'd be better if we had a few more people just to be safe. Just bring everyone. Is this like the first time, like, giving the sinners a choice? I've always had the idea that they don't have a choice, so they just have to follow wherever the fuck Dante goes. I mean, illusion of choice maybe. I'm expecting Vergilius be like, no, you don't have a choice, just follow Dante or die. One of the doors we went into earlier led straight into the ring's corridor. That was a close call. Otis and Heathcliff's hands shot up at the moment I finished speaking. I would very much like to accompany you, executive manager. I knew I could rely on you, Otis. Your recognition of my loyalty honors me, executive manager. I, Otis, understand better than anyone your concern about the peril of working with a prisoner of war so liable to betray. To have your indispensable self proceed with only a handful of soldiers under your command, This cannot stand. I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on other duties without personally seeing to your safety. I get it, Otis. You've made your point clear enough. Not keen on how I just killed over the moment you summoned me. It was a bit dodgy, that. Better I stick by your side and scrap it out myself. You probably don't need me to come along then. I guess you can just summon the rest of us like you did earlier if shit hits the fan. Kinda taking this for granted, Ishmael. I know you really want to take leave, but man, I'm just make it another. What does it go? The detective interval where she didn't join the teacup detectives because she thought she's gonna get like free rest, but she ended up going to jail or some shit. The research yet unfinished holds my efforts. I shall join you once it has found closure. Okay, if people are doing their own side quests and they are only speaking off now. I don't think I can be much help wherever you're going. I'll pass. I will follow if that is your order, manager. No, it's fine. Just get some rest. You'll probably be okay. I can always summon them again if things get too dangerous. No, I wonder if there's a reason why Dante denied Meursalt's request. I would assume. I got nothing. For now, I should go see Alan again. I believe they are all sufficiently rested. Haru. Oh, that's the dog. No. I just realized what I just said. Let's. I keep it. I mean, if freaking Kira's helping us,
교류해.
we'll win it.
설레네요.
Regardless of how long it takes. You've arrived. I was waiting for you. You sifted through and isolated the doors with the highest probability of leading into the ring's gallery. The next step would be to enter the alternate door you mentioned, but... Hold up a sec. I was actually gatekeeping more stuff. Huh? Gatekeeping? Are you saying you have more to tell about gate doors? Yup. That door over there, pretty sure it connects to Ancorp's nest. I saw Albina going in all hyped about some canned, whatever it was. And that wooden door with bandages wrapped around the handle, Papat going there to cross out vengeances. From what the book said, it is probably a turf protected by a thumb subsidiary or something. Unlike earlier, when she offered only a vague snippets even about just a single door, Kira was now feeding Alan a stream of intel that seemed solid even to someone as clueless about the back door as me. She's far more cooperative than anticipated, even after that Alan character roughed her up, from what I hear. Yeah, you'd think she'd climb up out of spite. I wonder if she changed her mind about cooperating with us. Nevertheless, we mustn't let our guard down, executive manager. There's no telling when she'll turn on us. Okay, I can literally hear everything you're saying, you know. Alright then, based on the intel, please proceed by investigating the safest doors first. As for the high-risk ones, I'll continue checking and let you know which ones you need to enter. Okay, so we know there's a door that goes to Ancorp. I believe that's what the next interval will be about. That sounds like a bitch. Alan tinkered with the devices around him and flashed a couple of doors with blue light. Guess that means we start with those. Where do you guys want to go first? They all look about the same, just start with the closest one. Well, Alan did say these are the safest ones, so it shouldn't matter which one. Just as I reached for the nearest door as Heathcliff told me to, Lucius suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another one that stood a few steps apart. This door, it feels familiar. You recognize that door? I think I passed through it a few times when I was little. Hardly had Lucius stopped speaking when a fragmented memory, painted over in parts, slipped into my mind. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? Oh no. I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, I know. Let's go for a walk. But I don't recall much about it. It's the doggo! That memory just now. Could it be tied to Araya? Let's start with that door. Okay, this one, yeah? Here we go. Impatient as ever, Heathcliff shoved the door open and strode in first. The rest of us followed, including Kira and the other sailors. Ooh, and this place is... Judging by the state, it seems to be a welfare facility located within the nest, most likely a farm. Every sword walking here is dragging some animal along, which means they've got money to burn. Proper rich lot this place. The walk, the pass through. You'll see imagining her memory and the sight of people passing over their pets. The pieces clicked together and I voiced the other memory I saw back at the House of Spiders. Did you ever come here? The puppy named Saru? Yeah, I remember that. Not the puppy, though. Saru was a bit bigger by then. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Hey, we didn't know that it grew bigger than the puppy that we saw. We thought it became a bone sword as a puppy. Why isn't she getting any better? I gave her lots to eat. Oh, I know. Wanna go for walkies? You love walkies, don't you, Saru? Oh, nice. There's this workshop that always visits the door that's connected to Ark. We can go right now. Ryoshu's childhood memory burned bright in my vision before passing. That was her as a kid! Is this the first time you guys saw? Verily, such gentleness doth seem most unlike the young Ryoshu. Hey, Clark. Who said you could show them my memories willy-nilly? No, come on, you know it's not something I can control. GG! Back in the House of Spiders, I was the only one who could see the vision of Ryoshu's past. This time though, her memory seemed to manifest for everyone around, just like what we experienced in H-Corp, Honglu. Which probably means, why are y'all staring at me? That's so random, what the hell? Did you not see that just now? See what, you guys zoning out together? Guess it doesn't apply to Kira. Then again, like how it was between Linda, Yu and Honglu, Kira doesn't have any direct connection to Ryoshu. I guess it makes sense. Is that adorable hound thy companion of old, young Ryoshu? Indeed, my one and only best friend. And because of that, Saru would be locked away in the vault every time I had to depart on an assignment. The spiral driven trooper. The first ever leash. Looking back, it must have been a kind of fate that she died sooner. To inflict such cruelty upon a voiceless animal, how can such wickedness be born? What happened to Saru in the end? She died before her time. I don't recall why, but there was this day when Saru wouldn't stop whimpering in pain, and I shut myself in my room, crying. You were? Not someone else? Who else? Of course it was me. Even after witnessing the fragment of memory, Heathcliff looked utterly unconvinced. And while I was grieving, Callisto offered a solution, said he would give me a gift the next day. And what I received was something he called the Beastbone Blade, a tanto that would whine and yelp in Saru's voice with every swing. Ew! No way. I always knew there was something creepy with Robo-Unk. That's how he killed your dog, huh? No, he didn't kill Saru. That tanto was alive. If you just say alive, but a right nutter, that psycho. Her eyes were embedded in it like adornments, and it stared at me in accusation, with its tiny heart beat as though it was quaking with fear. It was a horrible sight, and I felt pity. So I shortened what remained of her time with my own. Got me thinking, after hearing all that, would you still mess with that art thing then? Let's be honest, after seeing something like that, you'd wanna steer well clear, yeah? Right? Those things he called artworks were also cursed, straight up nightmare fuel. Like, I haven't really checked out other ringed artworks outside Albina and her nurse fathers, so maybe I'm just a noob when it comes to all that, but yeah, their stuff never gave me any art vibes for real. I thought the same. Well, I was terrified at first, yet as I learned more, there were some facets that suited my taste. Now I find this appeal in those grotesque creations. From what you've told me about Callisto, it looks like he failed to stick to his own advice. But there's something he always used to say. Art is wholly subjective, and thus one must never expect the understanding of others. The uncanny, the horrible, there's a beauty that lies in the grotesqueness of it all. Can't say I quite get it, but if you say so. Nah, by bloody hell, how do you end up getting used to that kind of thing? Why do you need to understand? I'm not. I got used to it, but that bastard Callisto's installation artworks caused night terrors and nightmares for something approaching. The scabbard moved and Ryoshu came to a pause. It trembled, but there was at once a strange liveliness to it, as though it quivered between fear and anticipation. Night terrors, crying from nightmares, in the house of spiders. There was actually someone who got scared of ring stuff back in your day? I need to check something. We've seen enough here. Let's go back. Yeah, let's. Nothing else worth checking around here anyway. I always assumed Araya was just stuck inside her room. At least like whatever little house that Ryoshu had. But I guess she should have been able to like walk around the entire house of spiders, so she should have been able to see the artworks and shit. She did go to school of a sort. With the inspection complete, we quickly followed Ryoshu back. She stood in front of the artworks covered in sheets of cloth, lost in thought. Right here, there used to be a huge artwork displayed here. I don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but the bastard went about fussing, saying he needed practice so he wouldn't lose his touch. Mommy? What's wrong? We're over there. Thought I told you to keep the exhibition in your room. Ah, you've returned, Yoshihide. I decided to attempt installation art of a somewhat large scale this time, but I ran out of space in my gallery. Mommy! People were screaming. Dearest Yoshihide, Araya has reached an age where she may be introduced into the world of aesthetics. Surely this wouldn't be a problem? It would. You liking it and me acquiring the taste doesn't mean Araya will. Let's get you back to your room, to our room. I was hugging something in my arms. It was crying. Saru? No. Too big to be Saru. The lacerated memories can never be made whole no matter how many fragments are glued together. We could tell Ryoshu's everything we knew about Araya, but you'll never truly reach her. I see, this hollow void. This must be Araya. The sensation and emotion from what's been emptied begin to entangle with Ryoshu's memories, and that makes it possible for us to reminisce about Araya together. The soft rattle Araya gives him to show how pleased she was with this small step. Alright, time to check out the next door. I mean, if she does end up remembering her, that would mean that her sword relic doesn't permanently remove the memories. It's always regainable. We entered several more back doors that Alan pointed out, but unfortunately none of the places we ended up at stirred Ryoshu's memories any further. Pretty much nothing here. I think we're done. What the? How did they get in here? Startled, Kira pointed ahead, where figures wearing animal masks were hauling what looked like massive lumps of flesh hidden behind a tent of sorts. Those ring assailants from before. Didst thou not say thou hast sealed that door earlier? How then do these villains come to stand before us once more? They probably infiltrated via an entirely separate route, another back door. As you can see, their objective appears to be the retrieval of the Ringner's father's artworks. Get on with it! We need to move as many pieces as we can before we pull out. Wait, but I thought Robo Uncle was washed. He's got so many fanboys and fangirls here. Does his artwork possess value in and of itself? Or is it just a case of posthumous premium of death effect? Think about it. Some of the pieces have already been taken. Of course, they are of little value to both of our companies. Watching them sweating and struggling to drag those mediocre pieces with them. Pretty funny. But imagining how those pieces will be labeled with some pathetic notion of heritage connected to my name on their description plaques. Pretty unsavory. They may be occupied with transporting those objects for now, but they will likely soon find cause to harm the Wayfarer and LCE personnel stationed here. Executive Manager. It will be prudent to eliminate them without delay, considering the ring's reputation. Otis is right. Better to wipe them out before they try anything stupid. Guys, looks like you've got another job to do. Lend me a hand. The radio didn't buzz with the sinner's replies this time, but it should be fine. Stripping yourself is not necessary. Thanks for blocking it, Isang. With this, the last of the ring's infiltrators have been eradicated. Is that all of them? Ryushi kept glancing around as if searching for someone. Fortunately, no other ring members were in sight. Right, but where the hell were those lot coming from anyway? Were it just the first wave? Had more of the swords lagging it from the back like they'd been lurking somewhere else. According to the tracking logs recorded by the surveillance devices installed here, they appear to have crossed over from another corridor. Another corridor? What precisely does the designation another corridor refer to? The room resembling a shopping mall, the one filled with batches of toys on display. Your company, if I recall correctly, designated it as the corridor of the middle nurse father. Suggest we relocate there. Your assigned tasks here have been wrapped up. Oh, and before we set off, do you have any information to share in advance? We are planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia cataloging notable characteristics of these corridors and all of their connection loci. Your cooperation will be most appreciated. Kira seemed to hesitate, knowing at her nails as if she were going through an inner struggle. Before long, however, she snapped out of it like she'd just locked in on a decision. Sure, I got stuff to tell you, like other stuff. Some parts are kinda fuzzy, not gonna lie, but I can still recall like 20 places clear enough. I mean, it was home for me and Papa, so... I got nothing. I never once regarded that fucker's room as home. And my memories of it are all fragments at best. The scabbard gave a faint, restless stir. Perhaps he wanted it to comfort Ryushu in the only way he could. And accompanied by its tremors, we began our move toward the corridor of the middle. It's nice, like, seeing that the area
걸작을 자아냈나. 마에스트로님이 어떤 평가를 내려주실지 흥분이 가시지 않는구려.
길게 끌 거 없어. 바로 간다.
I expected like you just forget and go to the next canto. The heck? They swept everything that wasn't nailed down, huh? Telling me all these boxes are nailed down? Fret not, I aspire to the half of thy worldly possessions, articulated fiction figurines, video game cartridges. I'm not talking about my toy box, okay? I had hella many of them anyway. The TV is gone. The couch too. As Kira said, only a conspicuous empty space was left where the television and family couch set used to be. Hold those? LCE researchers hauled them away. From the sound of it, they were going to set them up in their staff lounge. As for the leather and the ornaments, they said they would be selling them off. Yeah? Selling them off? What kind of like freaking capitalists? Just sell that shit in like Facebook Marketplace type shit? Uti seemed to notice something the moment she caught Kira's wistful look. The corners of her lips curled into a faint smile as she spoke with a faint nonchalance. Who knows? With sufficient cooperation, perhaps they'd become more receptive to the idea of returning those items. Assuming much, I never said I wanted them back. Anyway, I'll tell you all about what I know, so come this way if you want in. Those two doors here are made from paper and wood. They connect to S Corp. Yeah, quite the connection. And that one reinforced with steel, that one leads to V Corp, back streets, where, having lived here and made frequent use of the doors herself, Kira was clearly the right person for the job of identifying where each door Wayfarer company had asked us to explore led. Directed by Kira and accompanied by Ellen, we checked the doors one by one. Good work. All data seems to match. Thank you for your cooperation. Until there was just one back door left to open. No, this isn't anything new, but I gotta say, these back doors are just too bloody convenient. Them portals too. It ain't doing anything shady like the warp trains either, is it? Yours is as simple as turning the knob and entering. Seems to me you'll outpace your business rival in no time. I'm a bit hard-pressed to agree with the too convenient sentiment when it comes to using back doors and portals, but since your intent was to claim Wayfarer's superiority over the current W Corp, I'll take that as a compliment. You guys say something wrong. Every technology comes with a cost, if aptly said. While this has been a workday relatively free of casualties thanks to the quality information you have provided, do understand that Wayfarer Company's primary services include pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance. Each of those services is fraught with life-threatening dangers for our employees, Some never return after embarking on a pathfinding journey. Some are killed while battling monstrous entities whose exact natures haven't even been confirmed yet, that appear in a liminal space between paths. Oh, okay, so their job is so like warp trim. You take the train, it says 5 minutes, and you reach the end. They just cut off that 5 minutes part entirely. You just you are from the start to the end, and the path that they in the in the in the dimension is handled by the company. They they really remove all the bad shit that happens in it. Every inconvenient part of it's good. I mean, so far there's nothing evil that we have that I can suspect out of it as of yet. We shall see. There's always something lurking about. It also costs a pretty penny to keep the secured path, well, secure. I'd say our operating cost is on the rather steep side, especially considering that we are also trying to prevent our rivals from taking this corner of the market. Thinking back, I don't think I've ever seen Alan enter a door to a new location with his helmet off. It must have been one of his precautions, just in case. Maybe his dry smile and unsettling lack of reaction to anything are hints that he's simply seen too much to be fazed by most horrors. Still, our work's gotten considerably easier for this job thanks to the help from everyone here. Honestly, this partnership is working much better than I expected. Very well then. Let's take a quick look at the last door. Ah, it's the door Papa used to walk through all the time. I followed Kira into the door, and the second I crossed over the threshold, a breeze carrying an oddly familiar, salty smell tickled the tip of my nose. Ah, what did my clock hang? What the fuck? Giant stingray port shape. Are we back in UCorp? What the? This one connects to somewhere in the general Great Lake area, it seems. Welcome to UCorp's giant stingray port ship. Stingray, huh? Why does that ring a bell? Hang on a minute. Is that place, isn't it? That port ship that has Salon du Maluxe, the private hair salon. So that salon is basically freaking privately owned by the middle, with every single fucking male character goes to it. Heathcliff chimed in with a shudder, as though the sheer weight behind his words terrified him. Does he still have the coupon? Ooh, doth it signify then that we shall finally be made audience to young Heathcliff and his hairdo most luscious? Ah, could it with that luscious nonsense last? Why encourage me now when you were so cavalier about blasting my villainous ass back at the lake? Indeed, alas, 'tis true that punishment wrought upon our merry band hath severely outweighed the crime. Wouldst thou not agree, young Heathcliff, that to put the coupons to use would remedy thy pain a smidge? Ah, bugger it. I ain't even got anyone to spruce up for anymore. Wait, then can I use them? We were regulars at the Mulu place, Papa and me. Papa would ask the middle fam for a favor and he'd bring loads of coupons back home. We give away a hair coupon every 10 visits, you see, so I... What am I even yapping about? All excited? Kira, who'd seemed ready to launch into a cheerful rant, came to an abrupt pause like a bike tripping over a ledge. Her face fell as she lowered her gaze and scuffed the pebble away. Looking back, I guess Papa did hella care for me, so why? But it's also true these guys went out of their way to get me out of there, even though they didn't know me so well. Why is it gotta be so complicated? Matthias gave you that anesthetic bowl cut? The heck's a bowl cut? Bowl cut. Bro, listen, like I said, that's not how you shorten these things. For some reason, Ryoshu seemed almost gleeful to hear Kira correcting her acronym. It was reminiscent of that self-satisfied look that she get after confusing us with these acronyms, especially during the early days of our bus journey. Thinking back, ever since Sinclair's translations became reliable enough, the sinners had less reason to voice their frustrations with Ryoshu's acronyms, which in turn gave her fewer causes to snicker about. I'm not sure why, but something tells me that she might be making her acronyms ridiculously incomprehensible on purpose. If your conjecture is correct, Executive Manager, she has one tasteless sense of humor. From what I recall, the toys and games he was into were pretty retro. It must have been annoying to play along at first, but the more I played along, the more I got into it. Still corny and juvenile shit. Though I know aught of that conflict within thee. Trifling and apocryphal they may be, yet we are all compelled to peer inward at the interest of the family. As Don Quixote would know from Don Quixote's I conceived an idea most ingenious. Yeah, I wanted to know what Papa was into to really get what he was talking about. Besides, I needed to know these things if I wanted to chat him up and talk about a mutual subject, so... You tell me about you all the time, Yoshihide. Oh shit. Another day went by without him saying stuff like Yoshihide learned this in 2 days, or yo, this was Yoshihide's fave, you know? Too bad I wasn't here to tell you that his words weren't worth shit. No one's thought of him the same as you do now. A good man, at least among the nurse fathers, caring enough to bring me gifts. But one day, I realized that he'd never understand the things I really cared about, if his life had depended on it. One day, Thausius, pray tell, was there aught that had changed thy perception of that man? That I don't remember when or why, just that it happened. Wait, I might know this. Wasn't it something like that happened at school? Papa told me that things started getting awkward between you and him ever since you quit school. Bullshit, I've never been to school. I've never even thought of wanting to go to school. Thausius must have been talking out of his ass again. Huh? No way, bro. I even saw a clip of it. What? Papa showed me that video when he was teaching me how to use these doors. I even saw baby you going, "I'm off to school, Dad," in that video, so I'm pretty dang sure. But I don't. As Kira went on, Ryoshu's confidence from her initial retort seemed to slip away. I couldn't blame her, so much of her memory had been mutilated. Ryoshu didn't sound like she was denying it out of hand, though. She seemed to mean it when she said she'd never been to school and had never even wanted to. And I wanted to glimpse the fragment of memory that made her say that. The moment I willed it, a scene from her past suddenly flashed across my eyes. Very well, Yoshihide. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. There is a subsidiary of the ring. Schools? No? Of art? Academy. You sure it was a school, not like an art academy or something like that? Hey, that kind of makes more sense, yeah. It must have been an academy, not a school. Academy of Art. Ryoshu muttered a few words as though they were pieces of a puzzle she was assembling. Then, after a brief moment, she turned toward me with an astounded scoff and a look of mild irritation. Clock. You deserve a smack. Then lightly smacked me upside the head for scabbing it. What was that for? This memory sucks, Clock. I would have been just fine without it. But at least I got to remember the incident that changed my perspective on Matthias. Dad, how do I get it? A school? School, Yoshihide? Well, I don't see why you would wish, let alone me, to go to such an institution when we nurse fathers are here to provide you with all the education you require. You will later find our unique style of homeschooling to have been much more enlightening than trudging through any of the less formulaic educational systems. But Dad, I saw him in a picture book, and I don't have any friends here. Oh, Rian and his pointless. But it is true that there are qualities that can be learned only through a group erudition that engenders competition. Very well, Yoshihide. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. Really? I intend to send Yoshihide to an academy as part of my educational curriculum. There is an Academy of Art, a subsidiary of the Ring. Companionship with other talented children of approximately her age will nourish the spirit of inspiration that will guide Yoshihide's growth. What does the pager say? The prescript approves. I mean, it's nice to have something that instantly answers back. Usually, I would assume it would normally take time, but the device seems pretty receptive to feedback. But Callisto, I'll tell you now that you might be making a mistake. And how are you so certain of that? Do elaborate if you can, hand puppet of the prescripts by whom every aspect of existence is articulated. What do you even know of choice, of what is right or wrong? And if they went, perhaps a little more situational awareness would have prevented what is to come. I would assume he's saying that out of experience, considering he used to be a father. Like, even though he follows the prescripts to the T, he still like observes the outcomes of his actions. Like a intention versus action thing. He acts a certain way, but he holds no intention out of it, so he's still able to like see the pros and cons out of it. Callisto had found me a rather decent academy. The artworks that used to scare me when I was alone weren't so bad when I was with other kids. No, that's not quite it. It'd be more accurate to say that I started to understand people's perspective on beauty. Of course I would, when all we ever did was nod along to lecturers and spout purple prose. All the while making pin cushions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. Ooh. Our lesson today will focus on corpus technique. Now, take a good look at the diagram here, then the mannequins before you. Weave the blood vessels in the same pattern as the diagram, and I don't know why we're even learning about corpus stuff in this day and age. Right? I don't care what the point of this slug is, tying and shaping blood vessels to make a color that a drop of ink can do better. I read that in a book. I'm more excited to learn about Cubist technique than this crap. Honestly, why is this washed up movement even a part of the curriculum? It's just boring, shallow, gore stuff. No, it's gory, but it's boring and shallow only because you guys are bad at it. What? Oh, you mad cause your daddy is lame corpus? Oh, so like, could it be the entire corpus faction got thrown out because it got outdated? I guess art is an ever-evolved art form. That's sense. But isn't there also beauty in history or some shit? Oh, is he? No wonder her stuff is just as... Oh. I was taught that people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked. Damn bad-mouthing Callisto wasn't actually what set me off. I didn't have any special reverence or attachment to family like Matthias did either. It's just what I was taught to dislike, that's all. Just one of those tantrum kids of that age have. Kids will be kids and all that. I'm home, Dad. Hey buddy, you're home early. Oh man, you must have been playing rough today, huh? You've got dust all over. Got into a fight. A fight? Yeah, they kept saying dumb things about class stuff, so I smacked them. What about you? They didn't hit you anywhere, did they, buddy? On my cheek, but it's okay cause I punched them this many more times. Did I do good? That's my girl. And then he fucks off. Okay, Dad, where are you going? Oh, you know, just got some business to take care of. Why don't you sit inside and work on a coloring book? Dad'll be home before you know it. Okay. Is it bro business? No, it's business. Cue title card. I ain't seeing what's so bad about taking care of your own. Them snot saws don't learn respect unless you beat it into them. I never saw them again after that. If only he'd been a simple-minded fool like you, then the story would have ended right there with a pat on my head. What? Papa, I mean, the middle doesn't stop there. It never does. You hurt a member of the family. That automatically gets you written up in the book. Yeah, and he did what he did in the end. Yeah, bro. But like, wouldn't this be like the day after? Never mind. Well, semantics. There you are, Yoshihide. Is class starting already? My diligent little girl. Wonder who she takes after. Dad? I know. I said I'll be back before you know it. but I got a bit lost trying to find my way through the ring bastards' tricky mazes. You know how they are. Oh yeah, and there are so many stiveling brats here. Well, as for their crimes, they slapped my buddy's face hard enough to leave a mark. That's an arm for ya. As for the instructors, well, anyone agree that they did one solid job of keeping these tykes under control. In that case, pursuant to Title 2, Section 52 of the book, Execution by Beheading, they clearly don't got much use for what sits on their shoulders, eh? How do you like it, buddy? Papa's the best, ain't he? How dare he, such senseless barbaric violence, uncultured, uncivilized animal. Do not be discouraged, dearest Yoshihide. I have eyed out yet another academy worthy of your talents. It is a much more significant and prestigious institution this time. I assure you, even an intemperate berserker like Matthias won't dare force his way into such a place as he did the previous academy. Don't wanna... Yoshihide? I don't wanna go to an academy. I don't wanna go. I don't need friends anyway. All his posturing, nothing that was ever important to me held any significance to Matthias. And I would assume there would be larger consequences for inter-finger conflicts. I don't think he could just go in and start murdering people without like starting a war or something. Also spiders, I guess they get special privileges. He took a lot away from me just to feel good about himself. So I hoped he, more than anyone, would never find out about the things I held dear, because I was afraid he would take them away from me like he did the others. But he'd always catch on faster than he had any right to. Every contract that took me away from the House of Spiders made me tremble in anxiety, because I was worried about... I don't remember what, but I do know that I would never stop thinking about my room. So whatever occupied the room in my absence must have been the most precious thing to me in the world. The scabbard, which had been stirring lightly as Roshu recounted her past, soon began to rattle audibly. He was doing that thing again. Roshu patted the scabbard with a gentle, reassuring hand. The scabbard that was once Araya, a memory without attachment. It appeared to me almost as though she was pacifying a crying child. Seeing that gesture, Heathcliff briefly cast a sullen yet faintly expectant gaze between Ryoshu's scabbard and my device. He must be thinking back to his last conversation with Catherine. Oh yeah. Unlike... At least they can still communicate with each other. Heathcliff has lost contact. Entirely. But Catherine's existence, unlike Araya's, were erased by the golden bow itself. I doubt this device could do anything for Heathcliff at this point. From everything we know, the ring nurse father seems to have been the least awful parental figure in your childhood. Huh? Yeah, I didn't know that robo-uncle was such a radical guy. He sent you to an academy like you wanted and he even got angry on your behalf? Oh. Hazy memories, almost forgot to mention. A few days after that, Callisto left a snowman for my pillow as a gift. He was made of heads. Head? Yes, decapitated heads from the incident of the academy, threaded together into a sculpture. Thinking back, it was one sorry excuse for an art. He's sorely mistaken if he thought some low-effort bullshit like that could make me feel better. Could have spared us the details last. Well, with that covered, do you guys want to head back? Hang on. Is he actually gonna use the bloody coupons? What's that? I'm gonna get that luscious treatment before heading back? Shut it, you. They ain't. Look there, those blokes walking out of the salon. The obvious, ain't they? They found us. It would not be odd to find a field branch of the ring's art movement in different districts of the city, especially that of the Farvis scale. However, various evidence, such as their mask and the fact that our group has immediately drawn their attention, suggest that they are in the same pack as the one making regular incursions into the House of Spiders. This is LCB speaking to Team Leader Allen, requesting immediate commencement of lockdown sequence. Copy that. Yeah, why don't we... Holy shit, guys, stop! Bloody hell, what? Don't you know where you are? You're smack dab in the middle of protected turf. Caucasian and bros and sisters of the middle will be here any second. Oh yeah, it's gonna be a problem. We've already drawn the rings on wanted attention. We certainly don't want the middle coming after us to the House of Spiders too. Sounds like you got a GI. Good idea. Talk. Ever played whack-a-mole? Like, why give ourselves a countdown? Just head back through the door now and beat up whoever thinks it's a great idea to walk through the door. She puts forth a sound strategy, executive manager. As long as there's no high-ranking officer among them, it will be to our benefit. Well then, let's do as Kira says. That was quick. Elena blinked, shooting us a puzzled look as our entire squad came pouring through the door long before he finished the lockdown sequence. Due to newly emergent complications past the door, we have concluded that this location is the optimal point to intercept and engage the infiltrators from the ring. This location, you say? Ah, wait, that door leads to a zone under Syndicate or Wing's protection, doesn't it? Better idea to fight here then. Happy to work with someone quick on the uptick. It wasn't long before the Fortis began rushing into the open door. I didn't want to summon them while they were relaxing, but, well, we have their help. And I summoned the sinners back to work. Pretty sure the ones we have here is sufficient. Okay, and that about wraps up the middle's corridor. Thanks to you folks, we managed to cut the door cataloging workload by 80%. I really appreciate everyone going the extra mile to check each and every door too. Made my life a whole lot easier. It's all thanks to the manager's excellent strategization. Next up, the Tom's corridor. But we actually found a lot of intel lying around there, so we just need you to check some of the doors in its basement. Intel? The manager expresses interest in the aforementioned intel. Ah, that. In the Tom's corridor, we came across a bundle of papers detailing the comings and goings of the Tom's members and the orders they were carrying. Whoever wrote the logs has been diligently keeping them updated. The last entry was written not so long ago. While the contents of the notes weren't all that interesting, they helped us get an idea of where each door in the corridor leads to. Valentina's shitty scrap papers. She'd been keeping up with that useless shit this whole time. Useless shit? Remnants of a desperate search for a thread to cling to. We found one of her backup ticket hoards. Also, she has like multiple other Lucios ready to be kidnapped or some shit. I've marked any doors that need work with a drone. There should be about 3 or 4 of them. While you guys do that, I've got some leftover work to take care of over here, so... been noticing this throughout our interactions. But whenever anything irrelevant to his work came up, Alan seemed to have a way of unhearing and maneuvering right past it as though he didn't even register what was said. Recalling our conversation with Chesara back at P-Corp, that deeply uncurious indifference might just be one of the essential personality traits to go on as a corporate employee in the city. Understood. We will explore the areas past the marked doors and return here. Exaton. Well then, Alan returning to where the other Wayfarer Company employees were huddled around, we decided to follow the corridor to the left. Hey, there's someone in there. More of the ring, maybe? Going by their silhouettes, they're unlikely to be members of the ring. Come on, lady, get out of my way so I can see. It's the detective, some stubbly guy I don't know. That annoyingly airy dude. Looks like Moses, Gregor, and Hong Lu, respectively. Oh, scene of the crime. Okay. The trio's conversation grew clearer and the closer I approached. You okay, fella? You bumped your head earlier. Fine as a fiddle. It was just a minor fall. This is the 3rd time it's occurred. We ought to discuss this issue with the manager once this consultation is over. I think I'm seeing a bump on the side of Hong Lu's head. Anyway, you know what to do, right? If at any moment you see signs of... Don't worry, Gregor. You made it through the explanation and the footage both. You're going to be fine again. I believe in you. Look at you now. We're right where it happened, but your arm is stable. See? Ironically, fear tends to grow most unmitigated when it is distant and unseen. I understand what you might be worried about, but I don't see even the earliest portents of it. So don't hesitate to share the unfiltered thoughts that arise while you're in here. Got any expression? Seen that before. I know what I saw in the footage, but I'm still having a hard time believing it. Or, I don't know. Maybe I'm just avoiding the truth when it's staring me right in the face. My case is nothing like Don Quixote's. She just needs to keep her shoes on, and it's all good and dandy for her, isn't it? Things don't work out that way. For me. Whatever they're talking about, sounds hella deep, guys. You sure about eavesdropping on him like this? That geezer's always weirdly cagey about himself. Maybe now's our chance to learn more about him. He's sharing such an IS about himself for once. Why walk away? Such an... I got nothing. Don Quixote gives a nonsensical interpretation of Ryoshu's acronym as Kira rolls her eyes out of exasperation. Between the bickering sinners and Kira, however, Oti stands in silence with an inscrutable look on her face. She is listening to the exchange between Moses and Gregor like a woman possessed. Well, she does have a relation with Moses. Gregor is also a smoke war veteran. Okay, let's keep listening then. Otis was right. Damn it. He was right all along. The war isn't over. It never was. And it can't ever be over as long as this fucking joke of a gift stays attached to my arm. Barbed words. Now, let's revisit a question you couldn't answer while the footage was playing. Hopefully, it's become easier to answer now. You've been using that arm to fight just fine so far. Ow. I don't mind fighting hostiles or enemies. I'm not the kind of person who worries about people trying to kill me. But killing my comrades, that changes things, doesn't it? I can't even control it. There's nothing I can do to even brace for it. It's unstoppable. Like some kind of time bomb counting down to unleash a disease you never know when its symptoms set off. Even Heathcliff, who was always the first to step up when someone began to spiral into self-hatred, stood in conflicted silence, his lips drawing a hard, straight line. Besides, Gregor wasn't wrong in that. At present, there wasn't any way to stop his transformation, should it occur again. We've still got a good chunk of the journey left, and eventually we'll have to... No matter what lurks in the pasts of us sinners, even if they have killed hundreds, thousands, no, tens of thousands of innocent people, will you still embrace them? We'll eventually have to confront an even darker, bleaker truth of the war. Can I really trust Gregor not to crumble under that inevitable pressure? I see. You're afraid you'll end up hurting us. Well, that's... At first, I thought I couldn't give a hoot whether or not I accidentally murdered some of you. It's a bit saddening to hear that. You know how it is, Honglu. We, the bus team, didn't exactly get off to a rocking good start. But through our journey, I've begun to think of you all as my comrades, and I was okay with that because I had too much faith in my own weakness. When I realized that I'd grown so weak that I couldn't even take down some backstreet thug with his arm, I was relieved. Imagine that, the same arm, my arm, a weapon that stabbed the heart out of countless people during the smoke war. I'll be honest, when that Hohenheim fella said that I was an exception, the thought alone made me hope. Exception, but potential to be harmless, weaker than even a non-combatant like Isa. It made me hope for a life that didn't sound so bad. We all know how that went though, don't we? Blew up in the worst possible way. And after all that, I just couldn't bring myself to fight again. Because I no longer know when this fear will eat me up again. Because I'm constantly afraid of this damn gift manifesting again. The same fear you've carried all this time. How dare you endure? How did you endure it before? Badly, barely, holding on to the idea that the living's gotta live on and nothing else. This really brings me back years. The memories are so clear that it's like they all happened yesterday. As you kick me off the bus before push comes to, that can't be the answer, Gregor. You can walk away, but the danger of our journey won't leave you with you. Dante and the rest of us will still be facing an endless repeat of peril. And it's not like leaving the bus will bring peace to your heart. Our deaths can be reversed should an accident occur, even if it means at the cost of Dante's suffering. The same can be said for most people in the city. Now that's something I never expected to hear from you. I guess you're right. If pursuing this through to any kind of end, this would be the place to do so. Not many places in the city have some warmth to them like this one does. Boy, this consultation thing's pretty embarrassing. I mean, it's not like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing as yours, Hong Lu. Truth be told, I'm not some special case. Everyone who participated in that war must have gone through more or less the same experience. Miss Moses, Otis, and even Valentina, the piece of work. We can't attach a number to our misfortunes as if there is something to be measured. When I fled from my past, I tried my hardest to avert my eyes from it, but you, Gregor, you're not like me. Every few steps that distance you from the past, you'd come to a pause to spare a look toward the path you had walked. All those years I let slip by, all those that slipped you by are dotted with fathoms of suffering that are both ineffable and beyond measure. Different experiences, different pain. Still, if there's one thing in common to everyone, it's that trauma leaves after effects that linger for a long time. What are yours? I dislike loud noises and people who talk too much. They sound too much like the cacophony of the war, like screaming comrades who resented me even as they lay dying, and the wounds they left in my heart bled me dry. But I thought you were fond of Miss Ezra, Miss Moses? I've talked too much. That aside, haven't you heard your fill? Might as well come out from that corner you're hiding in. Spotted, of course, by the detective. Oh man, they knew we've been dropping eaves this whole time. I was actually waiting for just the right time to come out and say a few words, but I couldn't find an appropriate moment to... Well, I would have had to share this with Manager Bird or the rest of you fellas sooner or later, so I don't really mind. But what's she doing here? I'm thinking of teaching assistant, but that's nothing. Temporary ally? No, temporary accompaniment. Don't be an asshole. I'm working my ass off to help you guys. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Don't tell him. I've been working on a theory, but I don't have all the clues to be absolutely certain. A word from someone in the know may immensely improve my confidence. In the theory. Kira, do you know which door the Thompson's father was most attached to? Huh? No, duh. Duh? That's supposed to be obvious? Didn't you guys all see her? You'd think I'd just chat up a scary lady like that? Dude, she was beating the ever-loving shit out of Lucio every time I saw them together. Oh yeah, he went down fighting you guys to the end, huh? Yeah, said stuff about her generosity and all that and fought till he died. Damn, that's unexpected. Being real for a sec here, I thought he was totally gonna swap sides. Really? What? Why is that? You know, the vibes. You guys don't know cause you haven't seen him long without the scary lady always looming over him. What's up? I'm gonna stab her right in the spine? You. Look, I think you might be training wrong cause, like, you're not improving as much as you should from all that grind. Let me show you what I learned about sword swings from this comic book. It is not how my master has instructed me. The textbook cannot be permitted to have even a single deviation of if it means to repay the debt it owes her. Why are you so obsessed with all that crap anyway? You don't even like that old lady. You're not so different from me in that regard, are you? Bro, the heck are you talking about? I love my papa. Seriously, I thought things were gonna crash and burn before Yoshihide even came home. Suppose textbook and I had that in common. If this one doesn't know, let me redirect that question toward you, Scenario Shu. Hopefully this touches upon one of your more intact memories. Do you know which of these doors the Tomlin's father showed a particular attachment to? Or the door she used most often? Well, Yasmin. Yes, I do remember. Don't even need clock's help to piece it back together. It's that one. The door with metal pieces dangling from it. Shit, I almost died out there. Son of a bitch, fucking fly. Where did those G-Corp fucks even drag those gross pests from? Mom, are you okay? Do I look okay to you, Ticket? No, not really. I'm fine. You know I don't break easy. You should have been there to see me tear the shit off that G-Cop vermin ticket. But Mom, your leg's bleeding a lot. Here comes another mission. Boy, you really can't do shit without me, huh? So much for a break. The fuck is this? Bandages. For you. Is this kid serious? They've got truckloads of expensive treatments on the ready to patch me up the moment I get back to the field. Oh, okay. Never mind that. Hey, this works. Mom? Hey, tight. Don't start any trouble. I'll teach you some SWAT techniques once I'm back. Must have been her years in the smoke war. Okay, I was wondering like, oh, was that during the smoke war? The smoke war was relatively early on. It was like real in the teenage years, right? So, like, around a decade ago? A decade or more, see? Yeah, fighting in the war took a lot out of her and left her perpetually exhausted. But she marched to every battle with a smile, stopped drinking, stopped beating me too. Like a blissful idiot who forgot that she was still neck deep in the inescapable pit called the House of Spiders. Well, the ironic piece didn't last. Sometime after the war ended, someone she called the consigliere of the thumb visited the House of Spiders as a tutor. And that's when she went right back to drinking herself into a shit-faced stupor day after day. The beatings returned, and so did the edge in her profanities. It was pathetic. Hold on, why though? Sure, I was on the losing side, but wasn't Valentina on the winning side? A war hero at that. Ever heard of the regulation that prevents smoke war participants from moving into I-Corp and K-Corp nests? The common thread between these post-war rules is that they make the lives of veterans difficult. Dubious rules that don't discriminate between the winners and losers. I see, there must have been things going on behind the scenes there too. But doesn't that mean that backdoors are passed into a trench they dug during the war? Yes, and Gregor will be the one to open it. Wait, me? Yes. Others can do it for you, but what would be the point? You sure this won't just end up giving him more nightmares? I don't see how this helps him in any way. We do not have any means to treat whatever it is that slumbers within his arm. However, I would surmise that the underlying cause of this sudden transformation wasn't the arm itself. Then what? His trauma. His arm took control after his psyche was crushed by the weight of the unspeakable memories coming back to haunt him. It's not because the arm went berserk that he started reliving his painful past. It's the other way around. Isn't that so? If he can come to understand that the war is really over, and that what others say, no matter how closely they echo the past, is not necessarily aimed at you, then you may be able to loosen your grip on the fear and anxiety that your arm could metamorphose at any moment. While her suggestion may seem blunt, it is one of the basic treatment principles of MCOP psychotherapy centers. Fine. Then, see, it never really crossed my mind that Gregor didn't get any therapy after the war, considering like how they treated all the survivors and shit. Guess I'll open it up. Gregor walked up to the door, grabbed its handle, then paused, taking slow, deep breaths. And with one arm, he gently opened the door. Why are you running? You should be taking the lead on the front lines with our G-Corp banner held high. I don't want to die. It's nice to have a place to go back to. Oh, right. Happy 15th birthday. But you can't possibly have the cheek to call me cruel. You G-Corp pests were far more messed up than I ever was, ripping people apart, cannibalizing them. You're nothing but a swarm of fucked up monsters. I thought I'd woken up from the dream, but I was still... Oh boy. It's fine. my personal theory is that one of the major reasons that Gregor metamorphosed was because Dante wasn't nearby him, so the golden ball reacted unnaturally or something. I don't know. That's what I believe it to be. Oh, we might not be fighting ring members. That's... The Grigors. Oh my god.
전원 집합. 이번 작품에 대해 논의할 시간이다.
Where is this? An office building somewhere? We're just in the middle of a public building. There's like, isn't there's people inside here? What the deuce? This place. Eh? It's just a boring old office. I was kinda ready to be shook, thinking we were about to walk into a war zone or something. You recognize this place? Huh, of course I do. Is this Encore? My last job before Limbus company. Desk was over there. Here's a tip, fellas. When you're working in an office like this, always get a corner desk facing the wall if you can help it. Lets you hide from the boss man. I should expect you are like constantly looking over the back, right? I don't know about that, Gregor. Out of sight, out of mind, you know? You can do whatever you want that way. Work, chill, or even freak out in terror at the slightest sound of metal clinking. Nobody will catch you. Nobody will think you're a bother to other people. Gregor grins, a bitter, mocking smile directed at himself. The only downside of this desk arrangement being people walking up behind me to get my attention. Yep. Higher ups just had to holler, "Hey, vet hire!" And I scuttle right up to them, but others can't do that. Whenever people walked up to me from behind, I get afraid that I might cause an accident. A vet hire must be about the post-war veteran special employment. Right, but I couldn't possibly complain. Wouldn't have gotten the job without it, you know? Not everyone was lucky enough to be considered for that. I was better off than most. Gregor? Holy shit, that's like kinda similar but wholly different art style. Head manager. Ted? Gregor whipped around, his hand instinctively leaping to his other arm. There was an unfamiliar man in a clean suit standing behind us. It really is you, Gregor. And I see some new faces with you. Oh, wait. Oh, you folks must be the account that the guys on the other team asked us to leave the meeting room open for. Landed a new job, huh? I see you've got a new employee card right there. Well, so how have you been doing? Me? Same old, same old. Well enough. Not like I've got anywhere else to go, right? I'm not surprised you found new work so soon. You were always a dependable guy. Is the pay good? How's life, man? Oh yeah. You were gonna sell that commemorative coin? Some kind of medal, right? Hope you got paid good money for that. Look at me asking how's life to a fellow citizen. Can't imagine anybody would have anything good to say to that. Moving on. Hope no one's hounding you with vet hire shit over there. No, not at all. It's none of that here. Hey, that's good to hear, man. That you don't have to deal with that dang jackass of an exec VP messing with you like he was a war veteran himself. Oh man, that was a poser. Oh, it's worse, bro. Jesus. You know how many years I had to hear that geezer bragging about how he profiteered from the war, pulling himself up by his bootstraps, about how in every peril is an opportunity waiting to be found, blah blah blah. I'm preaching to the choir, aren't I? That guy, huh? Is he still taking his sauna breaks during work hours? What do you think? His seat misses his ass every day. Oh, and get this, remember how he used to call you special employment fellas Nepo Force? A few days ago, his name showed up in the HR report. Guess what it said? Turns out he was lining his pockets with kickbacks when we were choosing the fixer office for a partnership project. There's about to be a vacancy in the office real soon. Really? Isn't he, you know, an actual Nepo? Thought he's the president's family. Yeah man, it's that bad. It's what anyone ever talks about by the water cooler. If there's anything I learned here, it's that people obsessed with back in my days are all kinda like him. If he's an actual Nepo baby, his next way in hell is gonna get fired. He's just gonna be sent to another department or some shit. And they hate how their glory days are behind them, kinda like a distraction from how pathetic they are now. And hey, a backstreets kid like myself don't have glory days to look back on and yearn for, right? I look back and it's all doom and gloom. You know, if you ever hit rock bottom, you also know the only way left to go is up. They said something like that before, yeah. Yeah, I guess it's my own brand of bullshit philosophy. Oh boy, look at me running my mouth in front of our customers. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, don't worry about it. Eh? That's a pretty unique prosthesis you've got there. No worries, but it seemed that you were on your way to submit those proposals. Gee golly, I'm late. Thank you for snapping me out of it. I'm gonna get one heck of a scolding. Anyway, Gregor, hit me up sometime, eh? Let's go out and catch up over a drink or something. If I get a chance. The man who seemed like Gregor's former co-worker hurried away, but he didn't forget to wave us a good-natured goodbye. I can see a little bit of him in the way you talk, Gregor. Come on, I don't sound as old as he does, do I? And smoking in the building. That's why the hell not. Moses, who had been quietly observing as Gregor and his former co-worker chatted, exhaled a light stream of smoke and slowly began to speak. Many of us who return from the war seem to suffer a certain misconception. When we are told to remember, it does not mean we are bidden to live through the nightmare of the past over and over again. We are not being cursed to relive the pain and suffer in it. Both Ezra and I, we are both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. It's not like I remember because I want to. Well, if you can't bring yourself to forget them, might as well include in your memory the fact that the war has indeed ended. You're not wrong there. Gregor stared at his right arm for a while, quietly contemplating. Manager Bud, can't say I can give you any reassurance, but what's going on with my life seems to be the best answer for now. I want to ask if you're okay with that though. I'll manage, but it's you who's going to have to deal with the aftermath. Gregor would always say the same to those suffering from the cruelty inherent in living. Still, live on. Live on. Yet even as his lips spoke those words, his eyes would take on a desperate, unfocused look, shaded beneath despair. Today, the gloomy grey seemed to give way to just a hint of the blue sky beyond. This may be no more than a single ray of the sun peering through the dark clouds that have long suffocated the sky. It will probably take much more than this for the shadows to be fully lifted, but don't you worry, I'll be fine. It's a big step forward for him to have addressed even a little bit of the persistent anxiety from his past. When we emerged from the door, we saw Otis facing away from us, a weapon drawn. Okay, but why did the door lead there? What? I thought the door was like the most important door to freaking Valentina, so huh? Or is it like a Mephistopheles kind of thing where anytime the door and opens, someone enters, it goes to a different location type shit? Not gonna explain any of that. Cool. Wait, I don't think she even followed us through the door. Huh? Were you here the entire time? Yes, I was told by that Allen figure that someone has to stay behind and watch the door during these operations. So I stayed, and... Oh man, it's those assets again. Weird, the corridor's not a place for those newbies to be roaming around on their own. As you can see, a few uninvited guests have decided to visit us through a different door. I looked past Otis just in time to see more Forbis pouring into the corridor through a different back door. They must be trying to find a way to get to the ring's farthest corridor. Well, we can't just let them through, can we? Kill them all. I don't think we'll be fighting any different characters aside from the Forbis. Ooh, dynamo video. Once we dealt with the Forbis, who invaded the terminal's farthest destroyed corridor, we left for the indexes and ran into a few familiar faces waiting for us at our destination. We rendezvoused in the air. Huh? Don't you guys have today off? Yeah, but I thought I might as well come along. It's, you keep summoning us while we're in the middle of something, so I decided that it might actually be more convenient for us to be with you in person. It occurred at the most unideal moment. I know you weren't doing it on purpose, but all 3 times you summoned me, I was leaning over snacks topped with a bunch of whipped cream. Today I learned that blacking out and waking up to a me-shaped indent within a cake I was about to chow down doesn't make for a very relaxing break. Sorry about that. I should have checked in with you guys before summoning, but I'm still getting used to it. Okay, now you're being too sorry. No hard feelings here, you know. I'm tagging along cause I need some exercise, that's all. I appreciate the additional employee assignments. Now if you could share any information you know about yet another corridor. I hang out here all the time, so I know this place a little. There was this super clingy, annoying little... no. That wasn't the mask dude. There was this other... Oh, they don't remember Sora. Is there something you don't remember? Oh, right. Kira probably doesn't remember Sora. Sora? I don't think that name rings any bells for us either. Is that someone who used to live here? Yeah, well, Sora was the Index Apprentice, so she probably lived there. Forsooth, the Index Apprentice. Ooh, pray tell. Wherefore is it that the middle, the thumb, and the ring each have apprentices, yet the index and the pinky lack them? It would indeed be quite odd if a mere 3 of the 5 fingers kept an apprentice each. Retrace my recollections, yet I find it like following a trail of odorless air, invisible and unreal. No, there was someone, but I can't. The representations of the pinky and the index's apprentices are missing. No, to be more precise, a merciless blade has shredded and reduced them to intangible formlessness. How refreshing to hear that same impression from someone else rather than myself for once. As it seemed that I was the only one who remembered the 2 apprentices, I retraced back to our first meeting and briefly shared what I knew about Sora. It doesn't sound like a very forgettable character. Well, the Arayashiki cut her into ribbons. That would explain why it feels as though I'm recalling a sequence of events, with a critical part missing in between. I can almost imagine her giggling to herself like a creepy loner, and she probably wears glasses too, right? Like one of those gloomy introverts from anime. I see, so that's why it feels like I'm tearing through each strand of a weave. Are you sure? Let's say the world's made of strings or threads, Clark. With every slash, this blade would be cutting through the flow of strands that twine to compose one's existence. When an object is severed forever beyond repair, you'd think neither trace nor shape would be left of it. But now that you've pieced some of it together, it's almost... Instead of elaborating further, Ryoshu fell silent again, save for the sound of the tip of a cigarette turning to ash. But she was recalling another incomplete memory. I guess she's trying to avoid over-speculating on what she doesn't know for sure. Damn, that totally breaks the meta. I had a vague idea of how it works, but this is the first time I'm hearing the deets. Papa had to go through 4 ramp-up stages and remove skills to even make full use of his sword. Honestly, yours needed a trade-off. Your sword totally power creeps Papa's. Trade-off? There's plenty already. So true. Guess slicing your memories away is one hell of a trade-off. Sorry. Okay, so I'm guessing you don't have anything to contribute for this corridor. I got one. I don't know where it leads, but the index guy used it all the time. Hopefully it doesn't drop us into an army of indexes. Or you know... where Hermes is. It would be very unideal. TPU, they rarely gather in big groups. He said that's pretty unlikely. What was that for, Ryoshu? Wait, did you just hit me with that sword handle? I didn't do anything. Ooh! Araya jealous? But I saw it. I saw Ryoshu's scabbard, Araya, suddenly jerking to the side, prodding Sinclair like I was annoyed by something. I won't STS, I'll SYLC until you can barely walk. Shove the shiv? I swear this isn't a slander or whatever. Look, you poked me so hard it left a mark on my arm. Here. Well, I don't want to read too much into it, but the scabbard was rattling like it was irritated by something. Stop interpreting it for her. This is why she won't stop making up these nonsense acronyms. It's making it worse. I gotta stop him from translating for her somehow. Araya? Wait, that voice just now. It sounded a lot like Araya's. Dante, you saw that too, right? Ryoshu didn't do anything. Wait, really? It really wasn't her? Nope. It is this side. To be fair to say Claire, no one else but I saw in full detail how the scabbard came to be. Which means that he couldn't imagine in his wildest dreams that the scabbard poked him of its own volition. It doesn't seem like any of the sinners heard that voice either. Damn, you guys bully him a lot, huh? Well, the lad's been long overdue for a little smack upside his noggin. We should head inside. Let's not keep Alan waiting. Kira directed us toward an almost disturbingly normal wooden door, so featureless that I could have mistaken it for any of the dozen of doors we'd walked past in other days. We were greeted by a whiff of a stale, musty air the moment we walked through the door. What the hell? What kind of prison? A dungeon somewhere. I think this leads to a basement, and emerged to what appeared to be an almost dungeon-like basement area. Rian's dungeon. Okay, here's a dungeon. That's something I want to know. Whenever the masked unc's beeper rang, he'd walk through this door. So, who are they? The Index. Oh, we're actually gonna fight the Index. The Index proselyte. Signs of life. They were people living down here up until a few hours ago. Why are you here, paper slips? We were only executing the prescript. I had it with these prescripts. Though at least yours don't make annoying beeps. The basement was stocked up with shelf-stable and non-perishable food. And the cells were all completely empty save for what looked like a makeshift bathroom in each of them. It is likely that this dungeon was used to imprison individuals of varying features that may be required to complete a prescript. Seriously? This room seems to have been used for something worse than simple incarceration. Among false conjectures is that the captives were conditioned in body and mind in various ways to match the prescript's liking. Looks like the guy was just as crazy as the rest of them. Wait, that staircase right there leads up. Let's check out what's... Oh, you're gonna block us? Freaking annoying, man. The heck are you doing? You cannot enter through this door. Oh, I see, another griefer body blocking doorway. Move. I need to see something. The will of the prescript forbids you. You cannot enter through this door. What do we do? Is it worth forcing our way in there? They seem pretty adamant about not letting us in. I prefer we stay as far as possible from anything that has to do with the gods. I mean, prescripts, but nothing in this basement gives me any indication as to where the door connects to. Has it been explicitly stated that the prescripts are in relation to gods, or does Otis have a personal connection? Otis is right. We're gonna have to get upstairs somehow if we want to get an idea of where this door leads. If Rian's been using this basement, then let's see what's upstairs. Honestly, letting that this door connects to some basement is more than enough intel to cross it off the list. Still, if this has anything to do with Ryoshu's memories, alright then, let's push through. Executing your command, Executive Manager. The wheel of the prescript is absolute. Is it though? Like when we kill you and you can't stop us. Except for the prescripts. Is this our first time fighting against Dex? I feel like it is. Wow. Delivered the prescripts. Some of you may already be aware that the prescripts are delivered through various means. Of these, the paper slip is the most commonplace and the most preferred by many. Wonder why? Received prescript. The prescripts are delivered by many means, their medium determined with finality akin to divine prophecy. Those who receive them hold no power over how they arrive. Nope, same. List of the prescript. Cool. Consequence. Then the question we must ask is, how many forms might the prescripts take? Do they all flow from a single origin, or are there distinct entities behind each? Unraveling these mysteries is the purpose of the Society for the Research of the Index. Now, would you like to join us and explore the answers together? Good to know there's other smaller associations, I suppose. Prescripts targets the index was more displayed, unassuming and unworthy of note. Yet in following the prescript, the fulfilling of its directives, the aid of the messengers that emerge from unseen places, the teachings of the proxies, is slowly perfected into a weapon imbued with a singular uniqueness. Prescript chasing proselyte of the index. Prescript conforming proselyte of the index. Same. Alright. Without further ado. It scared the shit out of me. I thought he appeared again. What's up there? You may speak to me casually, Araya. In the presence of other apprentices, perhaps you should find it preferable to mimic the tone of the Dehuai Star. Come on, it's not like I wanted to be the Dehuai Star. Just let me do whatever I want while I'm here. Certainly, you have a point. So what's there? Up the stairs? I'm not sure myself. I've never been upstairs. Aren't you even a little curious? Why bother peeling back the heavens to see what is beyond? Those wanting of yearning needn't raise their heads skyward. Am I seeing Aya's memories? This background music sounds akin to Dark Souls filing shrine. Clock, what did you see? Not sure, but now we've got another reason to check what's upstairs. Ooh, Lord. Araya.
걸작을 자아낸 나. 마에스트로님이 어떤 평가를 내려주실지 흥분히 가시 서두르지 말고 느긋하고 여유롭게.
Yeah. Oh, okay, get to the fight. See you guys later. I always like the amount of attention to detail they put in the background. I think this is just an intervalo, and I think we've already gotten like 5 new maps or something. Pretty neat. Kind of a letdown when they were body blocking the door like there was some big secret behind it. Ah, okay. But it's just a spot that the prescripts told them not to come into. Yeah. Let's do some theory crafting. It looks like a children's room. Interesting. My first thought is the room where because when we first met Roland one of the scenes in Library of Renew is Roland lying on a couch in a room where apparently there was a baby crib also, and he was just lamenting or what shit. So I believe this was like the copy of that room as stated from the prescripts, but Rian also stated that he's never been up here. Maybe he didn't LARP properly or some shit. Right? Looks like any other average family home. Oh man, I get cleaning up's a chore, but peeps should at least dust their home once in a while. The thick layer of dust covering every surface and the blotchy wallpaper made it clear that no one's been living here for a good while. Whichever family lived here must have had a child. Look, there are drawings. And dolls, too. Though it seems like the place has been abandoned for quite a long time. Could something bad have happened in here? Yeah, something must have happened in here that caused the family to flee. And they never got to return. Yeah, lots of evidence suggesting that. The open door, the single shoe just lying around. So someone fled from home for some reason, never to return. I don't know. Kinda hard to narrow down the cause. It really could have been anything. Are you searching for something in particular, Ryoshu? Yes, but it doesn't seem to be here. Every framed photo is singed beyond recognition, and whatever documents there were have been torn to shreds. Kinda like my memories. So this wasn't where he escaped to, huh? The index nurse father, Rian. The last time we saw him, he fled the house via the corridor after suffering a severe wound at Ryoshu's hand. If by some miracle he survived, there's a chance he'd come after Ryoshu again, but something about our last encounter led me to believe that it was the last time Ryoshu would ever see him. This is... Do you recognize this drawing? I found myself hoping to see Ryoshu piece together another memory. She'd been recalling new details all day whenever something caught her attention. This was the beach memory Rian had. I don't know if it's old daughter or Ryoshu, but one of them. Sadly, she responded by softly shaking her head. No, I don't. I mean, I don't know.
나쁘지는 않았구려. 풋을 몇 번 더 놀릴 기회만 있었어도 좋았을 것 같지만.
And fighting these mofos again. They will move. Beans. Well, here we go.
서두르지 말고 느긋하고 여유롭게.
After leaving Rian's quarters, we explored the index corridor for a while. We didn't find anything that could help piece Ryoshu's memories back together. Great work. Now that leaves just the Pinky Nurse Father's corridor. But that room didn't have any back doors for us to explore. There were countless more in the adjacent corridor, but our guideline makes it a bit difficult to delve into each and every one of them right away. Which means that our work here is done. Thank you for your assistance, Dante. Okay, glad we could help. Dante replies they're happy to have been of assistance. Well then, it's been a pleasure. After a brief round of handshakes, Alan returned to the forward base. We probably should have done the same, but wanna take a look around here anyway? Sure. As we had more business here than simply checking the doors, we decided to stay a little longer and investigate the Pinky's corridor. The Pinky Nurse Father's room had a peculiar structure. Each door we opened led to a room identical in shape to the previous one. And even though I was certain we'd traversed through quite a few rooms, we somehow found ourselves back at the starting point. There are some small design differences between each room that help to tell them apart, but it's difficult to tell which is which unless we look really hard at every detail. Where are we now? The kitchen? How do you know that? I've been here before. Someone ghosted me after promising to watch Fixer clips together, so I thought I'd come visit. It's someone y'all have met too, I think. Ren. It was, must have been another one who was severed by the Arayashiki. Yeah, you might be right. His name was Ren, the Pinky Apprentice. I tick-tocked, but no one here really seemed to have anything to say to that. I suppose that only makes sense. After all, his existence registered to no one here but me. So, when you sit back at K-Corp, that you'd cooked before, you were talking about this, huh? Yep. I used to perform intense culinary artistry here. The scabbard's shaking. The reviews were glowing. One of them was meaning, yeah, unbelievably mouth-watering. The scabbard, Araya, was defiantly shaking from side to side in a valiant effort to deny Ryoshu's claim. That bad, huh? Must have been pretty damn bad, huh? I'm having a hard time believing her, if you ask me. What did you usually make? Boxed lunch. Boxed lunch that kids might bring to grade school, with sausages cut like octopuses and tamagoyaki. A bit simple to be intense culinary artistry, don't you think? Didn't you know? There's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. I want octopus sausages, tamagoyaki, and... Why are we making sausages out of an octopus? No, I mean sausages cut like octopuses. And why are we cutting saugus into octopus shape? Because it's adorbs, that's why. Oh, that's actually pretty good. Something like this. What's that? Sausage carved into an octopus shape. Didn't miss a single suction cup. Come on, I didn't mean like a real life octopus. It's gotta be a dork, okay? Isn't it all the same difference once it goes down the gullet? Why is this so important? But, mommy, there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. Don't understand. Huh? You're doing your weird acronyms again, aren't you? It means I don't understand. It's when you say IDK, Mom, SMH. These must be some of the happiest memories Ryoshu and Araya shared. The sinners, me and Araya, even as a scabbard, could imagine or recall them in full. But for Ryoshu, the most important part of those memories remains sliced away. Still, if we can continue to piece more and more of our memories together by going over these places. Do you want to check out what's upstairs too? As soon as I asked, however, the sinner's footsteps came to a simultaneous stop. Wait. Hang on, clockhead. Don't open the door just yet. I looked back and found Kira and Heathcliff poised to fight, hands on their weapons. This way, manager. And Meursalt, who realized what that indicated, yanked me to the back of the line. In a mere moments, there was someone guiding those webs. Figures did send more than fodder to the House of Spiders. Things of wet dog. Part of a massive pause slashed through where we had just been standing. Hey, yo, ooh. Who are you looking nice? Wolf mask? It really is a maestro, Emile Benoit said. This place is already occupied. If he would be so kind as to help me with directions. Is there where Master Callisto's art is located? The question came from a woman who appeared from one of the doors that led to a different corridor. She was wearing a wolf mask, and unlike the four beasts we had encountered thus far, she seemed to make it a point to speak and act with decorum. A subtle hint of violence in her voice quickly betrayed this air of forced civility. You're at the right address, lady? Robo-Unk's stuff ain't in this part of the house, but in a different corridor. Yes, I am aware. But I'm not here looking for his creations, which are easily mistaken for mass-produced garbage. I could feel her intense gaze even though her face was obscured by the mask. And there was no doubt that her eyes were bearing down on Ryoshu. Suddenly, I was reminded of what Rian said moments before he fled through the corridor. We let them observe us too freely. What? What does that? The Forbes got to confirm a lot of important intel, including the fact that the House of Spiders has fallen, and that Ryoshu currently has possession of the Arayashiki. They want Ryoshu for themselves, whether she's completed or not. Ryoshu as she is now. Isn't that intriguing, or what? My name is Rufo. Ooh. Yoshihide, the blade coveted by the Five Fingers. Master Callisto's final and posthumous masterpiece. As a docent of Forbism, please allow me the honor of escorting you to our gallery. Do I want to? Don't see the point in hanging out with people in those unesthetic AM. As expected, Ryoshu declined Rufo's request with a curt reply. Araya, too, rattled angrily in the docent's general direction. Then, I'm afraid my only remaining option is to rely on our usual method of usher. How are our odds? I don't know, she's probably tougher than me at my maxed out stats. Really? The shape of her ring suggests that she is a docent of the school of Forbism. Her position is comparable to that of a couple of the thumb, or big sibling of the middle. Verily, that make of her a foe who may surpass even Ricardo's might, or, with a stroke of ill fortune, even Li Heng. Doubt she's anywhere near as strong as Li Heng. Our chances are... HOM? Half or more? I like those odds. Half of half or more. Let's say a quarter, man. Dude, really? Modern. Has-been. Why seek out the art of a has-been after all this time? It was a decision met with much confusion from the outset. To entrust such a momentous project in the hands of one such as Callisto, Why, everyone agrees that it is no less foolish than casting a pearl before swine. And they were quite on point with that assessment. His oeuvre, recovered from the house, were more tools than art, the sort that the likes of workshop meisters might assemble. No self-respecting maestro could create such mundanities and call them art. Now, I must ask for your forgiveness for presuming that you'll be no different from the rest of his work. But what I observed above this room completely changed my perspective. The scorched corridor, the ferrety with which you've scarred the walls and the floor, as though a frenzied beast had torn through them. There is but one tool that could possibly have left such marks behind. At least you got a possible eye for art. Yoshihide, I ask you, have you ever considered pursuing art of a further elevated beauty? You will be an experience that departs from the dilapidated remnant that doubts itself, corporism, a movement so constrained by its obsession over the human corpus that, once it had depleted all meaning it had to offer, it began piling on empty definitions onto itself. Fauvism is a movement that has broken from the traditional mold. Unfettered like a beast that roams free, we dare ourselves to ask questions that challenge the mind. What is man? What are things? What does it mean to trace the origin? How do we define that which we call the Fauve? These are the subject matters that have led us Fauves into the field of fertile creativity. Should you, a wielder of that relic, enter the fold of our movement, it will layer your work with such an unrelenting spectrum of colors that it will be destined to leave an unforgettable impression in the annals of history. In other words, what we can offer you will be a much greater worth than what you may have learned from a teacher like Callisto. Never considered him my teacher, not a real one anyway. Finding beauty among the carnage of blood and flesh is a lesson I learned on my own. And yes, I know enough about your movement. Maybe I considered some of the works created by your school acceptable, at least among the Rings art. Or not, I can't remember. Then, will you? But I don't know. I don't know what makes your art more elevated than the one I pursue. The one you pursue? Didn't the sight of you claim to have seen clue you in? Oh, it did. I do understand. Your art may appear to be no more than unchecked chaos at a glance, but upon a closer observation it reveals a fierce, dominant force that threads the entire scene together with its keenness as the connecting suture. Your blade work, too, shows such multi-layeredness. Mere keenness often entails mundanity, yet you have transcended such a limit by scorching the tail end of each slash. Truly, a unique aesthetic sense. I believe I've sufficiently understood the full extent of the artistic merit imbued in that scene. Sure, buddy? No, you didn't. Lesser painters like you are such mediocrities that they fail to recognize the beauty that lies in the grotesque. They do little beyond painting the hell reflected in their eyes and call that shallowness hell's beauty. The sorrow condensed into a cry held in an instant, wrath unbound from the yoke of reason. The fading gleam of despair in the hue. You give no thought to what each of those emotions signifies, instead obsessing over the cursory qualities of what is beheld. Let me teach you otherwise. Pay attention, because I won't afford you another long-winded lesson. Ryoshu raided her scabbard. Pointillists, Orphists, Suprematists, Blorators, Cubists. I visited my share of the Rings galleries, heard their commentaries, but none of them were to my liking. Your art is an overcomplicated pile of definitions buried under symbols, caked in patchworks of empty shells. You and your art both talk too damn much. Just like Callisto's, kept trying to take from other movements, forcing meaning where there was none. Access is easy, anyone can do it. What's beyond most is making it succinct, the art of abbreviation. Alas, if all is one by one abbreviated away, nothing remains in its absence, making the void left behind completely bereft of meaning. No, the void is what remains, and it holds things that can be found anywhere else. What is this? A minimalist manifesto? No, my aesthetics go beyond the pursuit of simplicity. I pursue the natural germination of artistic immaculacy, a state of perfection wherein further abbreviation is an impossibility. Ria. A bit abstract, isn't it? Too removed, too plain, with a distinct lack of any meaningful and striking qualities. What exactly is it that elevates your art above that of Fauvism? haters. We're the stubborn sort that mere words can't convince. Indeed, there is no discipline more subjective than that of art. Discourse concerning its nature may extend for days on end, but it will not change the fact that unseen arts are meaningless, pretentious illusions at the end of the day. I wonder if there's a reason her eyes are glowing blue when she's red, so it's still like, is there like a meaning behind it? Opposite of shit. Oh! Is that the freaking... I forgot what the hell it was called, but I think that stabbed Saru. Then I suppose I'll have to carve it right into your eyes. Please do, though I'm afraid it may be overshadowed by the sheer vibrancy of my aesthetic. Well, I, a docent of Lefauvisme, shall personally welcome you to my critique session. One way to say it, we're gonna try it. Heat protection, my goodness. Rufo. Version of primary colors, vehement overpainting. The rings docent of Fauvism, into protection for every allied. If this unit you critique gain, heal 5 SP. Lower, there are no orbit gain 2. Immediately before getting hit by a skill that has one attack rate, there's an ally, have the said unit take the attack instead. Okay. Turn end of the turn. This year, if an allied or a student on the ring was defeated, refill its vacancy with the same student unit. Every turn start, the student that refilled the vacancy due to its effect gains fragile and offense down. Is it like unlimited? So it sounds like she'll always have a protection of color service. What? Inflict 1 pellet vibrante. I'm reading all that. The next turn is small touch simultaneously. Intrinsic in the outward appearance of each animal is a distinct purpose, and we Lefauves are the ones who awaken and express the ferocity of those that we call wild beasts among them. Mentorship. Allied always from the ring equal to the number of tails. Only apply equal to the number of turns each unit has survived. Good. Stagger, recover them from stagger, so the hell not. If a student is in panic, heal your SP up to 45. Of course. Cast good off, Exprente Vitale. Fix panic. 20 pass, new pattern. This looks like a pain, yes. Let's see what happens then.
금방 다녀올게. 아이씨, 짜증나게. 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램! 금방 다녀올게. 한만 남았어도 이 정도쯤은. 아이씨, 짜증나게. 출진이다! 아이씨, 짜증나게. 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
좋아, 간다.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 금방 다녀올게. 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램! 아이씨, 짜증나게.
이런 합격장.
인젠 찌르. 튀겨주마!
금방 다녀올게. 아이씨, 짜증나게.
일리 있는 의견이다. 그걸로 하지.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
승리를 위해서라면
비뚤어졌구려. 점 찍었네.
쓸데없는 관심은 필요 없다.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
일리 있는 의견이다. 그걸로 하지.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
이번엔 내가 괴롭혀주마. 전기가 필요한 건 네 몸이냐?
겨우 이 정도야? 금방 다녀올게. 자. 아이씨, 짜증나게.
해보겠습니다.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Okay. Was expecting some voice lines. Okay, and the students just all left. Alright. Phase 2, I guess. Let's go.
일리 있는 의견이다. 그걸로 하지.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
더 야성적인 깊이로.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
불쏘시 가져가나요?
나쁘지 않고.
잠시 아파도 장담할게요. 사람만큼 훌륭한 음악을 만들어주는 건 없어요.
영감을 떠올렸다.
내가 찾은 나만의 항해 방식.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
정지. 벗어날 수 없다.
진이겨버리겠어.
보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술을.
감상은 어떤가요?
또한 산재물이 되어라.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
좋은 전략이네요. 가보죠.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
거기서 지켜보시죠.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
점 찍었네.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
감상은 어떤가요?
조언을 잘못 구했군.
소바주.
신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이랍니다.
저의 뼈로 틀을 잡고 저의 살로 채워놓은 외면의 예술. 혈관에 돋게. 나쁘지 않아요. 이제야 친해졌네요.
It's possible with Siddhar's only. Didn't really felt like it.
걸작을 자아냈나. 마에스트로님이 어떤 평가를 내려주실지 흥분이 가시지 않는구려.
See? You're already looking much better with those superfluous animal parts removed. You're serious about founding your own movement. I already answered that. You need time under the forest wing, at least until you can fully cultivate your movement, perhaps. I don't suppose words have any meaning now. The docent raised her giant arm as though to strike us in her final act of defense, then slammed it down upon the door we entered through instead. All I can do is buy time, or mid-sentence the docent suddenly went limp like a marionette whose strings were cut. Dead. And here I thought at least her last words were going to be succinct. Ah, thus we are made foes with yet another finger, the ring. Let's not doom and gloom already, fellas. We beat an officer of the fingers all on our own for the first time, didn't we? I see this is just a pretty definite win. Yep, and Kira definitely did not carry that fight whatsoever. All on your own, huh? Come on, bro, I was fighting my ass off out here. Earl Gregor has a point. The outcome of this battle would not have changed by a significant margin even if you had not been here, Kira. Alright, that's a low blow, but how? It's more like it. I won't have to freak out over a mere big brother anymore, long as we're with Clark. Ha! Don't start congratulating yourselves for achieving the bare minimum. Those who celebrate over so small an occasion don't deserve to stand beside the executive magnate. Well, I guess this isn't impressive at all to people who used to be much stronger, like Otis or Don Quixote. Prithee, speak not such folly, for the joy of my compatriots is my own. Have you any inkling as to why she might have, in her final moments, elected to demolish the door? Right? It's not like we've a shortage of doors in here. Are we really debating the logical thought process of someone who was 2 seconds away from dropping dead? Come on, let's get out of here so we can bring everyone else up to date. Didn't I just leave this room? Ishmael walked out through the door we'd entered through and appeared from behind us. Ah shit, where'd the exit go? Don't tell me the exit changes every time someone walks through it. No, can't be that easy. I am barred from enjoying the fresh air of the world outside. No longer free to travel the mountains and cliffs as my feet would carry me, as the other members of the Pinky are. I wish to no avail that I should be allowed to weave the delineations of wings and backstreets. So this is what she meant. The back door through which we traversed is a passage to the corridor of the one called the Index Nurse Father. Past the broken door we might, however, it avails us but a brief jaunt to the Pinky Nurse Father's azure corridor before it returns to us to this room. Rooms now locked in a loop without a starting point. Won't matter what door we open. Is there anything we can do? A rescue team will arrive in time. As this location adheres to the regular flow of time, unlike the warp trains, it will be approximately between a week or two from the present before we can return. Damn. That's pretty long. Well, the first problem we're going to have to deal with is food. As far as I'm aware, we should be good to go for at least 3 days. Thanks, Rudia. So I didn't bring any snacks. It's not like we were about to walk into one of those Alcott branches or a dungeon, so... Yeah, makes sense. Looks like we're going to have to give this room a thorough search then. No need. If there's no exit, we cut open our own. What about the part where it cuts into your memories too? Deal with that yet? No, the sword, it still cleaves my memories with every slash. Don't know what memory will slice away this time, but it'll be something recent or one I hold dear. Oi, wait, don't be so bloody rash about it. Other than me, no one but Heathcliff still remembers the person he holds in the loving depths of his heart. Ever since the day of the Sepia Tempest, memory took on a special, precious meaning to Heathcliff. Heathcliff suddenly reached out and grabbed Ryoshu's arm. Though Ryoshu and Heathcliff's circumstances were undoubtedly different from each other, it was clear that Ryoshu's reckless attitude towards sacrificing her own memories triggered a sort of anxiety in Heathcliff. What? Didn't you hear? Them nerds will be here in a week or two to get us out. Why don't we just keep that sword nicely in that scabbard and wait it out? The radio doesn't work. What if we went up to the rooftop and entered one of those doors up there? There are thousands of them. Up the question. By doing so, we'll be putting ourselves at a greater risk, that of casting ourselves into the endless maze that is the corridor. Okay, but we're dead meat if that brick wall of a maestro wanders right into this room. That wolf lady's last words. Man, I'm seeing the flags. It's a hella risky move, yeah, but I think Yoshihide and her OP sword is our best bet. Right, but what if we got lucky and they find us in a day or two? Quit freaking out, Heathcliff. You will only be forgotten, not lost. Well, good memories don't tend to last very long. It's been a fun excursion, Clock. I looked toward the scabbard, expecting it to rattle violently as it did earlier, but it remained still. The white blade soon reveals itself, and cuts across the wall where the door used to be. And naturally, as the Arayashiki's blade cleaves through the wall, so does it Ryoshu's memories. Aw, we were really getting somewhere. And the thin strands of Araya's image, which had just begun to coalesce, slowly unraveled and fell apart again. Even still, Araya released the blade without hesitation. But it's okay, we'll try again. So, conveying no resentment, no hatred, but a few words of consolation. Don't feel too bad. The voice faded into the gentle dark with Ryoshu's memories. We were actually piecing it back together. Huh. I mean, it's unlikely that we would get her back. So wow, this is quite long interval, isn't it? Never expected it to be this long. The next destination. Welcome back. Question. What exactly was the point of verifying every back door within the House of Spiders? Oh, Hohenheim didn't fill you in? Any information regarding these doors holds an enormous value for us. Not to mention the higher-ups requesting us to reorganize the House of Spiders into a base of operations as soon as possible, even if we had to rush our work a little. Only speculating here, but I'm quite convinced that they're preparing for a conflict of sorts. These little pockets of absolute safety are extremely valuable during these operations, as you already know. Wait, stop right there. What? What conflict? What operation? Are you saying that your bosses are preparing for a war or something? I just feel like there isn't enough alarm in his voice, considering what he's saying. Preparing for what? Not even trying to hide it anymore, huh? Did I say something wrong? Must you ask to know? Aha, I thought everyone already knew. I mean, it's an open secret at this point. L Corp has already fallen. W Corp is teetering on the brink of collapse. They call us the aspirant W Corp. We call Limbus company the aspirant L Corp, meaning we have a shared goal. But unlike the dead and gone L Corp, the current W Corp is still kicking, despite its rapid decline in the recent years. And as we all know, companies in the city aren't worth much unless they've got the military force to back them, right? It's only natural that a business conflict would lead to a physical one as well. This is just a mere team leader speaking, though. Who knows what the higher-ups in our companies are thinking. Either way, much fruitful collaboration was had today. This will reflect pretty well in our performance metrics, and we didn't even suffer that many losses. I can safely say that you should expect a positive review from us regarding this collaboration. After saying our farewells to Ellen, we returned to the forward base, and shared with Hohenheim everything that's happened so far. Hohenheim and Faust both did not seem willing to discuss the subject of the looming conflict, so we instead decided to have Ryoshu's memory and sword re-examined. Oi, Hohenheim, results out yet? Not yet, assistant. I clearly remember telling you 3 minutes ago that it would take about 20 more minutes. Have you forgotten already? He talks too much. Ryoshu sounded irritated as she scolded Heathcliff, but I could sense a definite undercurrent of anxiety from the way she kept puffing her cigarettes to a stop at increasingly shorter intervals. This room might be more smoke than oxygen at this point. Mind slowing down a tad? You're practically fumigating the room with cigarette smoke. Then speed up, classes. Gonna bounce as soon as I hear the results. Both of you need to learn to respect that things take time. Yes, time is indeed relative. But the fact that I have managed to complete an in-depth analysis of an item of such mystery in a single day is an incredibly fast turnaround and therefore deserves your appreciation. I have been attempting to rein in the more self-indulgent part of myself as of late, but I believe this achievement deserves to be elaborated upon. It is an evident truth that such a result could not have been replicable had it not been for my genius brain. Go out to the hallways and grab any passing researcher and tell them about my incredible turnaround time. And you will hear them say, "Whoa, done already?" And to that I will answer, "Shut STFU." Evidently tired of the two sinners alternating turns hounding him for results, Hohenheim seemed to speed up the analysis. I managed to hit the finish line much earlier than 20 minutes. Oh, done already? Yes, there are times when test results are extracted earlier than the predicted time frame. Many of those instances are easily attributable to my genius at work. And why aren't you saying anything? Give me the TR now. The results? You did tell me to shut the fuck up, so I am attempting to observe the exact merits of doing precisely that. Yeah, I think Yoshihide would ever use known acronyms straight? What if it's something like, sheesh, that's a full day, unwind after work, though. And your verdict on her interpretation? That is exactly what I meant. She's better than my trance. I got nothing. How she lies as she breathes. At that moment, I might have caught a glimpse of the scabbard rattling slightly atop the examination device. Almost as though it were giggling. Very well, then I'll get right into it. First, the memory of the time she was complimented for her cooking has been erased. Huh? That's it? Hardly. Second, a name has been erased from her memory. Do you recall the name of the man who works with Manager Sword? Effie? I would have asked in the past tense, but it had been him I was referring to. Glad Miss Sword wasn't here for that. That kid. Right. I don't remember his name. Wait, what? Oh, he's talking about Pilot. Huh. You forgot Pilot's name? That she did. Among other miscellaneously deleted memories are 172 hours of Don Quixote's tales or adventures and the types of food she fed to a seagull. The fact that she could remember all that is crazy. Fie upon it! Dost thou say that the memories most precious to young Ryoshu and me have been thrown into the utter destruction? Look, Donkey, I'm not trying to be mean here, but that seems pretty acceptable, doesn't it? For the price of unsheathing a sword like that? If we're going by sheer volume, I wouldn't quite say its mileage is acceptable. It erased several days worth of memories just for a single swing, didn't it? I mean, yeah, but they kinda sound like inconsequential memories, don't they? Greg and Heath forget stuff all the time. How's this any different? The seemingly inconsequential nature of these particular memories weren't achieved by sheer luck. In fact, it seems to have been impacted by the scabbard of the Araya Shiki, or, to be more precise, the power of Araya's ego. So, Ryoshu looked down at the scabbard with an uncertain, hollow look in her eyes. At that, all that remains of Araya in Ryoshu's recollection is a blank space where the fragments of her existence used to be severed and removed again. While it takes a rather significant amount of time, the scabbard seems to be, yes, capable of selecting which of Sinner Ryoshu's memories are to be erased as a cause of using Araya Shiki. Oh, so it's not the most precious memories? So she can... So, under Araya's behest, she can choose which memories to be forgotten? Maybe? I'm not sure. Sounds like I should be grateful then. But Ryoshu regards the scabbard with a conflicted look, as though to approximate the outlines of the void she left behind. Ooh, so it's got like a cooldown timer? She can use it whenever as long as she gives it time to select the trivial memories? I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss them as trivial. The memory of the time when you were complimented for your cooking, it was quite a precious memory, wasn't it? You performed an inverse calculation of the relic's cost. Yes, according to our measurements, the sword seems to factor in the weight of each memory when calculating the cost of wielding it. It's become rather clear that it takes more than light memories to properly wield it. So, have her memories been restored? It's presumed attempts to recall the erased being's existence have resulted in failure. It is quite discouraging. But not all is lost. Simply by knowing that something used to be in that negative space, many things can still be reminisced upon. Like Ryoshu said, forgotten, but not lost. Clark, you've just stepped foot into the world of Sangria. She flashed the briefest of smiles, then scatters it away with a plume of cigarette smoke. Collecting the GB golden bow will restore it. What used to be here, in the pockets of void in my heart, my one and only. Ryoshu's gaze traced the invisible, the unperceivable. A few more days passed us by. We didn't spend those days idling. We visited Sword and Pilot in recovery, did a few odd jobs here and there like helping suppress a distortion containment breach caused by a new LCE hire. Or with all the loose threads tied up, we managed to finally, after so long, kinda feels like we're home again. Return to the bus. Ah, bus, sweet bus. The chair could use a little more cushioning, but there isn't anything like it out there. Damn, this is your ride? Hella badass. People Faust is happy. Hey. Wow, cute little Karen. Between the two individuals who were looking rather pleased at Kira's astonishment, Hohenheim squeezed through to warn us about some things to watch out for. Asked team leader Alan to set the coordinates somewhere as close as possible to the nest. Keep driving through the door and it will bring you right to an empty spot on the highway. Don't hesitate or hit the brakes, because if by any chance there is a car driving behind you, you'll crash into the bus. Knots. So what are you two doing here on the bus? Decided to join the better team, did ya? I must admit to a certain degree of interest in hearing of your exploits, but to accompany you through them is an entirely different matter, isn't it? I'm only here to adjust your coordinates. Speaking of which, just how did you manage to escape your confinement? I told them I had some stuff to help you with, and they let me out after making me scribble over some docs. Solitary confinement's hella boring, so I thought I might get some air. Might as well say goodbye too while I'm out and about, right? I see, you exploited the fact that the new hires don't have any grudges against you. I thought I told them to impress upon the new hires that prisoners are to be treated as exceptions to the... Right, the person in charge of that training is currently checked into the long-term recovery ward. More problems stemming from the shortage of manpower. I'd best include this in the report. Sounds like you're both here to see us go. Well, then, time for a valediction, I suppose. Perhaps I've grown far too used to seeing your faces. Saying goodbye doesn't come out as easily as I expected it to. Another day of reunion must await in the future. I would appreciate it if it's such a reunion had a low probability of occurring. While I am not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory, I hope your prediction is dead right. Well then. Not everything that he just said. Oh, waiting for reunion? Oh, he doesn't want to see us again. Bad. Hey, Yoshihide. What? I wouldn't say we're family exactly, but listen, there's a lot of stuff I want to say to you and a lot of stuff I want to hear from you, okay? So, see you later. Did I do that right? Chronamize it into L and call me Ryoshu, not Yoshihide. Prefer the echoes of that name. After a round of goodbyes, the two disembarked from the bus, and no sooner had the machinery clicked into place than the bus's wheels finally began to turn, bringing us closer and closer to the blindingly radiant portal massive enough to engulf the bus whole. Well, off to our next destination, I guess. Is Virgilius with us? Oh, right, where are we headed next? Dante inquires about the next destination, Virgilius. Ha! Now that's more like it. Been too bloody long since I heard that question. Yeah, don't get too excited. When has an answer to that question never led us to anywhere that's not downright bizarre? Virgilius gave me a faint, knowing smile as though to confirm Ishmael's pessimistic remark, then delivered a comment that sounded too light-hearted for its gravity. Downright bizarre, is it? Well, let me just say that it's high time we face such a sight. Our next destination is District 14. In other words, Manager Dante, we are now en route to Endcorp. We are going there, after all, Endcorp. Plenty of faces I'd rather not see. As the rest of the sinners voice their various gripes and discontent with Endcorp, we're gonna see what if Meursalt's gonna have a change of face. Meursalt, who probably had the most amount of history with the wing, simply flipped open his newspaper like usual and began reading it with the same unchanging expression. As though for him, none of this changed anything. Now departing, vroom vroom. With that, the bus resumed its journey to yet another tale. Oof, that was beautiful. Just a lot of lore, very nice. I liked it a lot. Gosh. Okay, so we understood the House of Spiders thing better. I failed to understand the whole point of the Foul Fist thing. They didn't really like do much, but I guess we need to fight them. We need enemies to fight. I thought we had to fight the Maestro in the end, but I guess that's a future thing. I guess they will be more like the new Ricardo, since we are strong enough to handle people now. Huh. It's not bad. Enjoyed it a lot. Can I get a proof? Yes. Alright. Waiting till the next Intervallo. The next time will be an intervallo, right? I believe so. And or was it another world Puggy Snap first? Oh well, either way, until then, see ya.